to the sky. Okay. Let's behave before we get in trouble, you know. Uh, Before we get in trouble, good morning. Let's go. Let's go. Top of the morning to you as well, Raven. June, good morning. Jason, good morning. You have 2 hours before work. Sounds good. Kyren, good morning. Ron, good morning. Popcop, good morning. Dina, good morning. Good morning, Hype. Losing too much money the past 16 hours? What have you been trading? Turn the music down. What have you been trading in 16 hours? Matt, good morning. Tommy, good morning. Colin, good morning. Lisa, good morning. Didi, good morning. Nicola, good morning. Barbara, good morning. Salts, good morning. Rand, good morning. Guyen, good morning. Good morning. Chris, good morning. Yeah, probably Raven. Probably. Okay, so for FTEL, these are your main levels for now, at the very least. Alrighty, so let's see if we can stay above these levels. Alrighty, so see if we can stay. So we like this one going into the open, obviously. STGW, really good news on this one. The float is just a bit big, right? But that 200 EMA has been a good spot for this one, so we'll see. I kind of feel two ways about this one. The news is good, which we don't always care about the news, right? But they had that deal with Palantir, so you would think that's a really good thing, right? But at the same time, the float is also 100 million, right? So I don't know if the market's gonna open and we're gonna slow grind back up, or if the market's gonna open and then the float is just gonna be too big, right? So we'll just have to wait and see. Righty, cool. So that looks interesting. YGMZ did well too this morning. You have some support at 19 cents. BIYA has been a nice stonk, right? Some really nice runs, and now obviously FTEL took the volume away, so this one's been dipping. So it's below the 200 now as well. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Alrighty, everybody. Again, good morning, Amy. Good morning. Yep, exactly, Raven. Vena, good morning. Secrets. Good morning. I'll call you Secrets. Alan, good morning, Alan. Good job this morning. Good job. Keep it up. Say good morning, Kid. Good morning, Blake. Hi. Good morning. Good morning, Travis. Nick. Good morning. Avian. Good morning. Patricia. Good morning. BB. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Today's Thursday. Wow. Okay, Thursday. Hale. Good morning. Luna. Good morning. Sonia. Good morning. Winterfell. Bailey. Good morning. Good morning. Rod. Good morning. Okay, so it looks like we're dropping again below the below that 390 level there for FTEL. So it might just be really close to the open. Everybody's taking the gains now, right? Yep. Yeah. When MTC mentioned, I know, right? MTC is on here somewhere. It's right there, right? MTC is down 30% after hour, like in pre-market now. But my goodness, guys, if you missed this thing yesterday, you know how we were like, oh my goodness, it's so slow. It's so slow. It wasn't slow. It wasn't slow. Bonjour, nurse. Yeah, it wasn't slow. Yeah, MTC was crazy. It was not slow. This is why we tell you, like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, we've said this so many. We actually said this yesterday, right? Usually, when the market's slow, something goes crazy to wake up the market, and that's exactly what's happened, right? MTC went up over 700% yesterday. 700%, guys. Yeah, yeah. So that was good. So obviously we closed yesterday at $2.21, right? But when we left the stream yesterday, this thing was sitting closer to, yeah, we were closer to like 30 cents. Actually, no, that's the other day. Okay. So we were closer to 60 cents there when we left the stream, right? And then all of a sudden, that thing said 60 cents. Yeah, catch me outside. How about that? That thing went from 60 cents all the way to $3, right? Like it cooked hard, right? And then it popped a bit this morning as well and just just a double top, right? So there's a reason why double tops are very common is because we usually fail and go to the abyss. So we'll keep an eye on MTC today just because it did so well yesterday, not because we have other names to look at today. Alrighty. So we'll see. Staying away from what? Was your entry let it slip your hands. Yeah. Well, also yesterday we kept telling you guys the entry is between 55 and 60 cents, right? 55 and 60 cents. We said that so many times yesterday. 55, 60 cents, 55 to 60. Well, it went right to 55 cents and then said, "Oop, that's it. Bye-bye." Yeah. So let's get some more cooking. FTEL has obviously had a really good morning, right? Nice pop, nice dip. Again, if you are a GOAT member, a GOAT VIP member, this stuff is pretty easy, right? If you're a GOAT VIP member or a GOAT member in the chat, type yes in the chat, right? If you're a GOAT or VIP member, type yes in the chat. I know some of you criminals cooked this thing like you owned it, you know. No 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 no. McGregor, you're asking is it possible that it goes back to the green kernel then building up? You're asking a lot of questions. You're wanting me to predict the future there for you. No 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 no. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Do you see the okay, my next question for all the gold members is do you see so my next question for the gold members because I know Trey made monies. Trey made monies on this. Trey and I had a one-on-one yesterday. It was just yesterday and Trey made monies already. Membership paid for, right? If you are a gold member or a gold VIP member and you see the entry on FTEL, type yes in the chat. If you see it, type yes in the chat. If you see the easy monies on this one, type yes in the chat. Yup. BC? Yup. 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 Pretty easy, right? Pretty easy. How many times do we tell you guys, hey, 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 I'm just making a point, right? How many times do we tell you guys, please do not FOMO into the first run? How many times? Look at that, right? How many times do we tell you not to do this? This is not important. I don't care about the news. I don't care how good the news is. I could care less, right? I don't give a damn how good the news is, right? I've actually said this, right? I promise you that the second run will be better than the first run if you're patient. Why? Because I get this DM way too often. Hey Blaze, the news was so amazing. I bought it on the way up and it came all the way back down. Now I'm losing. What do I do? What do I do? And we've said this so many times. We've actually made two different videos: how to play pre-market stocks, how to play stocks with breaking news, right? And a lot of it is do not FOMO into the news, right? This right here, easy money. If you were patient enough to not FOMO, that was pretty easy because the run that came after that was quite nice, right? That was a nice run. And then obviously failed at $5. Right, but at that point you've gone from below $3 to $5. You've made some nice monies, and you can see the T-Rex, you can see the supply zone, you can see the stalling, you can see the yellow candle. You have a whole bunch of reasons to sell at the top. Alrighty, so and now we're just dipping into the open because people are taking their monies. Yeah, easy monies. If you're not a good VIP member and you're struggling with entries, congratulations. I'm kidding. Alrighty, become a good VIP member if you're struggling. Cool. BIYA, right? We like this one. Obviously, this one's done really well, really, really well. And there's, Raven mentioned that consolidation. Well, feels like every day we show up on stream and we talk about consolidation, Raven, right? Because it's so important. The longer we hold a level, the more reliable it is, right? So nice little hold there going into the open. Again, the market's open in 3 minutes, so I wouldn't be making any crazy decisions. So just sit back and relax if you're not in anything, and let's hope something shows up after the open. Alrighty. So going into the open, guys, BIYA was the favorite name if FTEL never showed up, right? But FTEL showed up and took over the volume. So now FTEL looks good if we can stay above that 200 EMA. Alrighty, so as long as we stay above the 200 EMA, above $2.80, it would almost be nice if we dip to the 200 EMA at the open, just and then just find a double bottom and consolidate. That would almost be perfect, right? So we'll see. Cool. And then we have a whole bunch of random names that don't look amazing, and right, STGW. Again, these guys just announced a partnership with Palantir, and the stock had a nice little run. That was a really good run early this morning. Look at that, right? ST. A lot of you made money this morning on this one, right? Because I got those DMs, right? So a lot of you guys made money. Again, look at this, right? The first pop, meh, right? You see the consistency there, guys? The first run after the news, meh, who cares, right? But after that, though, after that, look at that. After that, right? What do we keep telling you guys? I promise you that if it's a good stock, the second run will be better than the first run. So you never need to be FOMOing in unless you're confident. If you're confident that the news is good, that's fine, right? Don't care, right? But if you're not, be patient. Cool. So STGW, let's see if we can stay above the 200 EMA and then go from there. Cool. We open in less than a minute, guys. What's your favorite stock going into the open? What's your favorite stock going into the open? Isn't your relative name Miss Chloe? I know, right, Pablo? I know. What is your favorite stock going into the open? Everybody's like FTEL. FTEL is my favorite. AMC. Again, that just goes to show that we're watching the same names, right? So BIYA, right? And then again, obviously FTEL has done well. So this is profit taking going into the open. Yeah, see, it's all the same stocks, right? STGW, right? FTEL and BIA, right? And here we go. The markets are open. So let's see if we get a bit more of a dip at the open here with FTEL, or if we decide to bounce after we've had a dip now. Alrighty, let's see if we can stay above $3.20 here. At some point, we're going to need to get those higher lows and higher highs. Alrighty, and then we can feel a bit more confident and go from there. Good morning, Truth. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Let's make monies, please. Alrighty. So again, FTEL looks good, right? We still need those higher lows. BIYA looks good. We need to break the downtrend. Cool. STGW again. That float is the concern with this one. Alrighty, so be patient with it. Let it consolidate. Whatever it needs to do. We always remind you guys: do not FOMO at the open if you're not sure. Right? Sit back and relax. Sit back and relax. Please and thank you. Right? Look at FTEL. FTEL is dropping again. Right? So again, sit back and relax. Give it a few minutes. Alrighty, and then we'll decide which of these names actually look good. Cool. So we're dipping potentially. So I'm going to drop a line here, right, for FTEL. We're potentially dipping to this range. So you see this range on the left-hand side right there? That's potentially where we want to dip to. Alrighty. So FTEL definitely isn't done yet. That thing seems to be like one of those crackhead stocks, and you can tell that it's not done yet. Alrighty, and it kind of looks like one of the, if not the favorite names. So again, it would be nice if that thing dips and actually consolidate, like give you time to trust it, right? In some cases, though, that doesn't happen, especially at the open here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Cool. So again, this was the last bounce at the open there. So let's see if we stay above that level. Alrighty. So this level there, right? And the 200 EMA sitting in that same range, there's going to be some buying pressure like around this level that we're at. So we shall see. BIYA, nice pop. Yeah, nice little cook there, right? So like I said, if FTEL never showed up, this chart looked the best, right? If FTEL never showed up, this chart looked the best. If you're looking for position, if you're not in, again, you can see that consolidation at the bottom, right? So if you're looking for a brand new position there, you're almost going to need a retest of 55 and then see if we consolidate in that range. Alrighty. Cool, cool, cool. FTEL again. FTEL might not even give you that, that opportunity to consolidate at the bottom there because there's a lot of buying pressure coming in on that. Alrighty, so we shall see. Again, if you're not confident yet, guys, we've been open for 3 minutes. Nothing is gonna leave you behind in 3 minutes. I promise. Okay, nothing's gonna leave you behind in 3 minutes. YGMZ, yeah, of the 1750 demand zone. Yeah, Raven. Let me drop a line there. Yeah, so 1750 demand zone and pop. Yeah, you can see that double bottom all the way on the left hand side too, right? So nice pop on YGMZ. YGMZ. So you can see BIYA kind of failing at resistance there, right? So supply zone, we're failing at resistance, kind of obvious, right? And then FTEL is still trying to decide what it wants to do yet. So this is why it's important that we give some of these candles, some of these charts time at the open to give us the double bottoms, the higher lows. Then you feel confident that the chart is respecting something, something. And there goes BIYA, right? Slap. So triple top, supply zone, yellow candle, right? And they slapped it. So look for that consolidation now on that thing. There goes FTEL. FTEL is dropping back to that level, right? So the question is, can we get a double bottom? Alrighty. Can we get some support at the bottom of that range there? And then go from there. Okay. There we go. BIYA. Yeah, there you go. So we just came back to retest the 50, the chronal, and the VWAP. So let's see if we can start to get some higher lows on this one. Alrighty, and then again, FTEL is still trying to decide what it wants to do, right? So, still watching that 200 EMA there. BIYA is like, hey, I already tested my bottoms. Let me start pushing back up, please. ST, yeah, this one hasn't given us anything, guys. There's nothing here. There's literally nothing, right? You can't really look at this and say, oh no, there's nothing there, right? We're testing the 200 EMA at like the first candle at the open. We're already breaking below, right? No go. Alrighty. So again, we like FTEL and we like BIYA. Those are the two favorites for now. Alrighty, those are the two favorites for now. BIYA needs to break above 62 and close above 62. Alrighty, and then we can push from there. And again, FTEL is looking very nice. Right, so we are holding the bottom there, but we also need to get back above $3.40, 340 to 350. I think that would be the confirmation for push to 370. Alrighty. So that would be the confirmation. Again, that looks good though. That looks good. FTEL. If we can break out to the upside, that'd be nicer. Right. So just because we're stalling in the same range there, so we do need to break. We just seem to be going back and forth there, don't we? Right. So closer to $3, we're bouncing, right, which is good. Right. For some reason, we can't seem to break out there yet, though. So we're back to 330 again. So we keep going back and forth. So that breakout needs to happen. BIYA, you can clearly see the resistance. So your entry should have been a retest to the downside. Definitely not buying at the double top in a supply zone. Alrighty. And if it doesn't hold that level, then you're looking for that level closer to 49 to 50 cents. Cool. Cool. So there we go. FTEL trying 336 FTEL 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 FTEL. Come on. That thing's like, nope, can't break that resistance yet. So we do need to get above that 340 if we want to push, because those candles seem to just be going back and forth for now. Alrighty. One of these two names will break. The question is which one? Which one? 47? Damn, Peter. 47. When, like early this morning? Lord have mercy. BIYA. Yeah, again, these are the two favorite stocks, right? BIYA. Clearly, we need to clear that resistance, and then FTEL. FTEL still needs to break to the upside if it wants to go. Alrighty. So for now, we have resistance at 340, and then support closer to the 200 EMA there, for FTEL. Cool. So we'll give it time to play around again. You can kind of see like it's the same thing every morning, right? We show up and there's a bit of confusion because these stocks are still trying to decide what they want to do, right? So again, watch this 200 EMA here for FTEL. Cool. And then we'll go from there. We shall go from there. And then again, BIYA was slowly creeping towards that resistance at the top there. Slowly. Slowly. So another test of $3. Because why not? And nothing else is really taken over yet, right? None of the other stock that we haven't looked at. So we're still okay with these two. Yeah, MTC. Yeah, MTC was really good, really good. So if you missed out on that, then you missed out on the monies. Missed out on the monies. Honestly, Peter, I don't know how that thing is going up and down, up and down and up and down, up and down and up and down. Okay. Yeah, it seems to follow the market really nicely on the way down, like really nicely, really nicely. Okay, these two stocks, one of them needs to give us something here though, because all the other ones, meh, right? Meh. So we're just kind of playing around $3 there for FTEL again. We like so I like this thing when it drops below $3, especially that 290 to 280 then, because that's where that's the actual double bottom and the 200 EMA. Alrighty. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens with this candle. That candle looks a bit suspicious though, doesn't it? A little bit suspicious. I wonder if that candle is more of a liquidity grab than anything else. So we'll see. We'll give it a second there. And then we'll go from there. Alrighty. Give it a second and then we'll go from there. Let's see. I want to see if this candle gives us a bit of a higher low. Give us a higher low. I think it will. No, sticky, not muted. Make sure your sound is up. Be nice. Yeah, let's see we can stay above this level now. Alrighty. BIYA is looking good though. That thing is pushing back up to break above that 62 again. So let's see if it actually breaks and stays above this time. And then this one can take over the volume. Yup, Raven. Yup. Yup. It's time. It's time, FTEL. You came to the level. It's time to bounce. It's time. So again, it looks like we're hitting that 62 again for BIYA and not quite breaking above it yet, right? So still resistance. You know what's interesting? The Beyond Meat chart looks like a bit of a higher low, which is interesting. Which is interesting. So here goes. Is it going to close above this time? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Again, we're still in that same range for FTEL, so that thing needs to bounce like now, now, now. Right? I want to see if this candle closes above here for BIYA though. So 62. That was a really nice consolidation base there coming into the open though. So that resistance is just a bit of a problem. Come on. Come on, FTEL. You can do it. Give us a curl. Give us a curl. Give us a curl. Something, do something. Peanut butter. Yeah, no, Beyond Meat, the chart looks okay. If you zoom out, the chart looks okay for BYND. Looks like an inverse head and shoulder. Come on, FTEL. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, we're trying. Do it for Raven. Do it for all of us. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can stay above that bottom there, Raven, and then reclaim the 200 EMA. That would be good. That would be needed. That's what we need right now. Reclaim the 200 EMA. BIYA is still trying to close above that little resistance there. So clearly that resistance is really strong. And then FTEL is just playing games here with us. I think like you see the green candle, you like it? You want another one? Yeah. Okay, there goes BIYA. So breaking above in that candle, also a golden candle. So that's going to be interesting. The candle hasn't closed yet, so that's going to be interesting. But session highs though, highs of the day for this one, not including pre-market. Okay. Pause break. No, the candle hasn't closed yet, so it really isn't a break. And the FTEL is trying to decide what it wants to do still, right? Still trying to decide what it wants to do. So it's playing with us a little bit there. Come on now, you can do it. You can do it. Do we need to chant again, guys? Last time we chanted that thing says stop it. Stop chanting. For a name that had so much volatility in the morning, it really wants to test us, doesn't it? FTEL, you can do it. FTEL, you can do it. That thing's like, don't do that. Stop it. BIYA, right? So that candle closed right below. And then they slapped it back down, right? So not quite breaking out yet. So a bit of a fake out more than anything else on this one. So for some reason, this thing can't break above resistance, right? Your entry was a retest of that 50 and the view at though. That would have been your play there. And then at resistance, you can see the yellow candle and the stalling. So that's not necessarily a good thing. Alrighty. Not necessarily a good thing. So we shall see what it does. Again, this has to be the most annoying part of the open, guys. Well, the most annoying part of the day is watching all these names at the open and trying to take a chance on one of them, right? But it's way too early still that they're playing games trying to decide which one wants to go. You know what I mean? So the most annoying part of the day is that opening where like you have so many different stocks you're looking at and everything is playing games, right? So it's like that every morning though. Every morning, every morning. So again, you can see the resistance, so that's not a problem, right? You shouldn't be getting into that position anyways at resistance. And then we need FTEL to bounce still. FTEL is trying to consolidate. I know, right? Regan, it's playing with us. Come on now. Come on, FTEL. You can do it. Nothing's like you think so? You really think so? Yes, you can do it, FTEL. Stop playing with us. Just go. We believe in you. It's like you do, you really do. Unbelievable. Stop teasing us with these baby green candles. There we go. Come on. That thing is like, but what if I'm shy? I'm shy. But I'm aquaphobic. I have to contemplate. No, FTL. Just go, you stupid stock. Unbelievable. Seriously. Okay, like we see these little green candles, but we need boom skis, FTL. Yeah, you see, your wings are working. Fly, fly like an eagle. You can fly. We believe in you. Unbelievable. Beyond Meat is looking okay. 280, 283. So we're testing that 200 EMA there. So we shall see. Alrighty. See, we can get a little pop C there. Do, 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 do. That's you again. This is why I don't like when the stocks go below the 200 EMA, guys, is because then it becomes a bit of a problem, right? So we're looking a bit better there, but we're also testing the 200 EMA. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. See, we believed in you, FTEL. It's like, thank you for believing in me. No, we need you to believe in yourself now. More, please. Alrighty. There you go. 290. Come on. Get back above $3 already. I think it's like, but what if I jump in and the sharks come by? Don't worry about the sharks. If you die, you die, FTEL. But at least at least jump. If the sharks come, the sharks come. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So games on games on games. Alrighty, so we're gonna need to reclaim. You can see that candle barely. That candle didn't even close above the 200 EMA, right? So we're gonna keep playing games like that there. Yeah, look at that, right? Another potential test of the bottom there. Yeah. Peter, as long as that thing stays above 260, okay. As long as it stays above that 260. what, what is what the hell of a pep talk? Seriously. Come on. Look at BIYA, guys, right? So clearly it couldn't break above that resistance, so they slapped it back down to the bottom, right? So quite obvious there on that thing. Alrighty. Um other than these two names, like yeah, Beyond Meat is moving a little bit. Let me pull up BYND. Because I was looking at the chart last night and the chart actually looked good. This was gonna be on the watch list for sure coming into today. Because if you zoom out on a bigger time frame, you're going to see the inverse head and shoulder. Alrighty, so we'll come back to this in a second and see what that looks like. But now all the other ones are kind of annoying. So we really do need to reclaim that 200 EMA there though for FTEL. Alrighty, so I'm gonna move this line a little bit lower because that 260 is the base there. Alrighty, so let's see. There you go. Send this chart in Discord. Come on, something, do something. FTEL came back for more of a pep talk again. It's like, can you build my confidence up again? We like that you're consolidating here, FTEL. That's not a horrible thing, but what if the sharks come? It's okay if the sharks come. Don't worry. We will save you. Yeah. I'll take a look at WORX. Yeah, that was a bit random for WORX there, though. Yeah. WORX. It's a nice pop. It's a nice pop WORX. Yeah, the chart on this one just looked a bit, suspicious coming into the open there, even though you can see the consolidation. Even though you can see the consolidation, and then obviously the closer you get to 50 cents there, the more selling you're gonna get. Why the 5-minute chart is best? 5-minute? I don't think the 5-minute chart. So, I don't think the 5-minute chart is best. Um, why do you think it's best, Sid? Did someone say that to you? Like the 5-minute chart is best? Is that why you're asking? Because I don't think I've said that. Yeah, yeah. If you're scalping, if your intention is to scalp the 1 minute, is usually my go-to. Usually my go-to. Yeah, the 5-second chart definitely not anything below the 1 minute. Um, I asked you why you on the 5-minute. I can't see. No, I'm on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. The reason why I'm on the 1 minute is because it's a perfect combination. Yeah, it's a perfect combination of you have enough data to be able to trust the candles, but not too much where you're waiting too long for the candles to close. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 50 cents resistance on this one, and FTEL. Yeah. See, this is again. So this is what I mean, guys. Right. So do you see the problem with this trade? Yeah. Do you see the problem with this trade? Right. This is why we hate when stocks go below the 200 EMA. Hate. Right. It's not that they don't work. They do work. Like this easily could have held that support right there and rocketed up, but too often this 200 EMA line becomes a problem, right? Always resistance. Sometimes we break above that, but there's no way we're gonna know that, right? That line is a problem. So that's annoying, isn't it? Right? So that thing was very close. It actually broke above it, but obviously that's not what matters. What matters is the candle closing above it, right? Yeah. So then it failed to break and close above, so they slapped it back down. How do you get the line on TradingView? What line? The 200 EMA or just the horizontal line? Which line are you referring to? Yep. So that was annoying. FTEL, you know what? We don't like you anymore. We definitely don't like you anymore. STGW is coming back though, and then BIYA. That thing also hit new lows, but then it's also just testing that support at 45 cents. Um, yeah, 45 cents. I know, right, Sid? Yeah, yeah. Yogi. Yeah, that was annoying. That was very annoying. Yep. On a really good day, on a lucky day, because sometimes you do the right things, you still need a bit of luck. On a lucky day, that thing could have easily exploded back up, right? But that 200 EMA, when we go below that 200 EMA, that becomes a huge problem, right? So again, that's why when that thing bounced there, we also said, like, stop loss at even, right? Stop loss at even, just in case if we come back down, you're getting rid of the position. Yeah. Yeah, so the 200 EMA line, yeah, just search EMA. If you search EMA, there should be one that comes up with, I think it's by Dr. Sweets on TradingView. So it's 20, 50, 100 and 200. Yeah. Yep. This is why a lot of people would advise you sometimes to wait 30 minutes for the market to relax, and then you make decisions, because right away at the open there's usually way too much suspicious things going on, right? So because now FTEL, you can clearly see that we're below that 200 EMA. Definitely not good, right? Can we put it on the do not trade list, Rush? We definitely can, right? This thing was nice in the morning, though. That was very nice. That was way easier in pre-market, right? Way easier, right? Way more predictable, right? So way more predictable. But now with that 200 EMA being below, yep, red flags. Yeah. So BIYA is still kind of playing with that demand zone there. Works is looking good actually, right? Yeah. So Works finally broke above 50 cents. So all of a sudden now this is looking like the best name, isn't it? Right? Yeah, that thing had zero shares to borrow too, and the cost to borrow was quite high. FTEL should have worked. Should. Yeah. Should is a dirty word. Should. Na 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 na. When Nancy Pelosi is retiring, set to retire in 2027. Huh, interesting. Well, I mean, she's gonna cook the markets for another 2 years before she retires. Then, oh yeah. Okay, so let's see if something else can give us a proper test. See if something else can give us something, because this is looking very similar to yesterday, isn't it? Even though Works looks good, this is looking very similar to yesterday with the sus vibes. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Nancy Pelosi's, how old is she? SB. How old is Nancy Pelosi? You scared it. I know that was my fault. Yeah, she's moving into your woods. Yeah. With the shark talk, I think I did too. What if the sharks come? No. Yeah. So the main obstacle there on that thing is, again, we had the consolidation, right? So this is why we keep saying, like, you know it's your job to look for a proper entry and then manage the position, but you will never know how high a stock goes, right? Like, we will never know that, Right? We can do all the right things, but we still will never know how high that stock goes. So the consolidation was good. That's what we were waiting for, right? That was good. And then it bounced. But obviously there was a 200 EMA there for resistance, right? So that's the issue. She's 85, 80, yeah, 200 years old. She is not 155. She's older than the Russian whip. 140, 147. Too old. Unbelievable. She's old as dirt. Damn. You guys are ruthless. She had a pet dinosaur as a child. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, it looks like the slapping spy there. Right? Do, 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 do. Older than the T Rex. uh, back when Moses was parting the Red Sea, uh you know with these sandals, the Bethlehem 2000s, the Air Moses, right? Nancy Pelosi was standing right there and saying, "Hey, how do I invest in the stock?" Unbelievable. Yep. Nancy Pelosi was definitely an early investor in those. But yeah, so trying to curl there. Beyond Meat clearly failed at that $1.55 ish, guys. You can see the supply zone there, so that's not a surprise. Works is actually cooking, so Works is still looking like the best name, right? It's actually done quite well. So yeah, type yes in the chat if you're holding Works. Yeah, no, FTEL was definitely FTEL was definitely an annoying stock. Yep, definitely an annoying stock. Yes, yes, yes. Good job, Dina. There you go. Scalped already, Randy. Good job. Yeah, that's a nice pop. And then obviously that 60 cents there with that being the supply zone, you're gonna have a bit of resistance there. A little bit of resistance there. Yep, 60. Yeah. I'm taking out the Christmas card list. Sorry, sorry. Okay, we won't bring it back up. Yeah, we won't bring it back up. Alrighty? Yeah, that stock was annoying. Yep, yep, yep. And works out at 60. Good job, Aaron. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. Yeah, see, sometimes if you wait 30 minutes, you know, wait a few minutes, you the names start to present themselves, the levels start to clean up. Pizza. Unbelievable. Yeah, I just saw. And then there goes your 60 cents, right? So good job on selling at 60 cents, Aaron, because look at that. It just went from 60 cents back to 55. So good job there. Sometimes it doesn't work when I click it the first time. This would have been FTEL if it broke above the 200 EMA, right? Once you clear the 200 EMA, then green skies. But the fact that FTEL couldn't break above that 200 EMA was the first red flag there. What's the price target? Well, 60 cents is your first price target, alrighty? So you need to clear that 60 cents. Mm, mm. 60 cents. This one still isn't doing much. Yeah, that float on this thing is gonna be a big obstacle. The float. Yeah. Here comes another test of 60 cents. 59.60. 60 again. Can it break this time and hold? It wants to do it. Brand new highs of the day. 61. 62. That looks nice. Yep. 55. I like that, Jake. Good job. I like it. Yeah, that's a nice pop. Wasn't there an offering on that one? LEU? Peter, that's funny. Good job, TV. Good job. Good jobs. Huh. Okay. MTC is also slowly coming back. If anybody's still playing with that from last night. Fidelity doesn't. Yeah, I don't get what the issue is. Maybe it's because it's a penny stock that was below 50 cents. I don't know. How's it looking? Not good at all, right? So your next support, if you look on the left hand side, you can see the pre-market low is 43 cents. So that's going to be your next support if you're interested in BIYA, Carlos, right? So if you do take a position, just put a stop loss right below. Alrighty? But it's clearly looking super weak. No, I think again, yeah, Chris. They had really good news, right? Partnership with Palantir is a really good thing. So maybe it becomes a longer term swing play, right? Yeah. Alrighty. So and then Works is still playing with that supply zone. And then Boomskis. Yeah, MTC. Where did you have your stop loss at, Raven? It looks like it just bounced above $1.20. Mm-hmm. And then 170 resistance then. X Spider says first that you lost $100. What did you lose $100 in? If this is the first time trying this X, you definitely shouldn't be putting monies in there. You should be paper trading or something else. Alrighty? Paper trade or something else. Daryl, when I tell you Daryl has been on fire, Daryl has been on fire. Right? 46 to 63. Good job, Daryl. My goodness. On fire. How do you do that? So you can play with fake money by clicking. So if you go on TradingView, if you don't know how to use TradingView, there's a link in the description. So link in the description. Don't pay for it, please. Alrighty. So for example, let me show you how this works. Right? Can I open up like one of those browsers or something like an incognito window? Uh, so something like that. Alrighty. So if I go to TradingView, right? Obviously, I'm not gonna have an account. It's gonna ask you to pay. It's gonna ask you to pay for stuff. Blah blah blah. Just click on products. Click on products. Click on super charts, and it's gonna look something ugly like this, right? So you can kind of play around with it and fix it. But if you want a paper trade, click on trading panel at the bottom, alrighty, and then click on paper trade right there, right? It's gonna again. I don't know. You maybe you can't actually trade with join for free. Yeah, you can join for free, right? Click on join for free and blah 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 blah, and then connect and sign in, and then you can paper trade, right? Play with fake money first. Ready? Play with some fake money first before you use some real money. Yeah. Alrighty. So if you're new, you definitely should be paper trading. Play with fake money. No, Regan. I'm just showing you good things. How to paper trade. That's it. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. Your first trade definitely shouldn't be real monies. Yeah. Shouldn't be real monies. MTC is going back for that 170 there, Raven. This one looks good, doesn't it? This might be like SLB, whatever the other stock was yesterday, right? Slow and steady scalps with that news. Let's see. Uh, yeah, here we go. All the gains you're making, you're putting into NVIDIA. That's how it should work, Shane, right? When you make money, that money should definitely be going somewhere else to work, right? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, FTEL was annoying. I don't want to look at it again. Yeah, exactly. SLDP. I'm mad. So maybe this does the same thing, right? So they have good news. The float is just way too big, right? So it's not going to do anything too crazy, but it might give you, scalps as long as you take the money. Like when you see a double top like that, right? You can't be jumping in there or not selling it, right? It's clearly a double top, right? So then MTC is looking very nice there, isn't it? So nice pop. If that thing can break above that white line you see there, you might be able to push to $2 there for the actual VWAP test. Yeah. uh, yep. Sorry, Rob. Sorry. Yep. You're still pep talking it, Justin? Oh my days. BIYA. Yep. So it's holding that 43.44 there, Tony. Alrighty. So that's that bottom pre-market level. Alrighty. So like right there, that's that bottom support. So it tested it and it's kind of bouncing. How much of a bounce we get? Maybe to the 200 EMA. Yeah. You're pep talking as well? Okay. I mean, it looks like it's trying to consolidate again, right? The problem we had last time is we hit stocks below the 200 EMA for a reason. Every so often we try them, right? But we hate them because usually they give us problems. So when the stock goes below that white line, we tend to have issues. So yeah, tend to have issues. So for now, watch 225, 220 already. Hopefully it stays above that level as a double bottom. Cool. Cool. Even this one's below the 200 EMA, but now it's bouncing up the double bottom. Yeah. So you're pep talking, Justin. Sounds good. Hopefully it bounces for you though. Yeah. Hopefully it bounces. This morning is kind of just as like works is done well, right? So that's good, right? But for the other stocks, it's just as annoying as it was yesterday. Just as annoying. Yep. Just a face for FTEL. Yeah. So that red zone there was clearly a bit of a problem, right? Did anybody pick up BIYA off the 43 cents? Anybody? 50 cents poke? Yep. The closer you get to 50 cents, the better. Alrighty. The closer you get to 50 cents, the better. Right, you can see that line at 50 cents already there, the white line at the bottom. 47, Randy. Okay, there you go. Right. So like I said, the retest of the when you find support like that, the next logical level is the retest of the 200. Right. So that's kind of where it's going to. 45 nurse. Good job. Good jobs. So there goes again. 50 cents is not that big of a deal, right? The closer you get to the 200 though, the more cautious you want to be. So you might only be up 5 cents, but just be aware of that resistance. What are your indicators available on TradingView, Nico? I mean, the easiest one is just to add the EMAs on there, right? That's the easiest one. There goes 51, 52 guys for there goes BIYA, right? So we went all the way up to test that 200 EMA. Right? So that's what these stocks do, right? When you find that base, your next logical target is the 200 EMA. That's exactly what this one's done, right? FTEL unfortunately did the same thing, right? It did the exact same thing. We found support, it popped to the 200 EMA, but it couldn't reclaim it. So then they slapped it, right? The question is, will BIYA be different? Will this one be different? Hopefully, you always hope it does. Do I have a list of indicators? So I only have one indicator, right? That's called the bull bear algo, but you have to be a member to get that. So only have one. So you can kind of see how we hit the 200 EMA and now it's kind of stalling a little bit there. Hopefully it breaks above it. If it does, then you're looking for 55. Alrighty. If you can break out and stay above, then you're looking for 55. But for now, again, that 200 EMA is your main obstacle. Let's see. Like Apple's the markets are all red, but Apple is still green. Apple has done really well with some of these like really, really well. Like all the markets are red, 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 red. Red, red, red. Apple's like, nope, don't worry about me. Yeah, so look at that, guys. What just happened? The same thing that happened on FTEL. Exact same thing, guys. So we keep saying it, right? This is why we hate stocks below the 200 EMA. Below that white line, it's a problem. Why? Because when it goes up to the white line, that white line is like, nope, you shall not pass, right? So we're not saying that stocks below the 200 EMA don't always work, right? We're just saying too often we have too many problems, right? We basically just did the same thing on two different stocks, right? Yeah, we're finding support, right? But then as soon as we go up, it's like, nope, you shall not pass. Look at that. We just went from 52 cents back to 47, guys. Right? So Randy, good job on selling at 51, right? Good job, but you can't be greedy with that. Look at that, 56. Right? That thing is getting slapped, right? But we knew that level would be a problem, right? So that's annoying. This is why we hate those stocks below the 200 EMA. Right? Hopefully that makes a bit of sense now. So when I yell at you guys to not touch the stocks below the 200 EMA, sometimes it's because we see this too often, it happens too often. So you're better off waiting for it to clear the 200 EMA on its own. Let it do it on its own, right? If it can break above the 200 EMA, though, it's really nice. Like, look at WORX, right? WORX is really nice right now because look at this, right? We were below the 200 EMA and we kind of did the same thing. Like, look at this, right? We found a bit of a base. We failed at the white line, right? We failed right there. Then we dropped and we came back for a second test. Once it actually broke above it, ooh, once you actually break above that level, then it's like, okay, 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 now let's go, right? Let's go, let's go, let's go, right? So, but you need to get above it though. Look at WORX. WORX came back down to that 50 cents like we mentioned earlier, right? So retest, breakout, and then a nice little bounce, right? A nice little bounce for WORX. So that's good. Does the whole 200 EMA theory make sense, guys? Type yes in the chat if it does. Does it make sense? Righty, so we don't just hate stocks because we hate stocks below the 200 EMA. Does it make sense though? Right? So yeah, hopefully FTEL was a bit of a, so yeah, we don't just hate them because we hate them. We hate them because too often we play with them, they're disappointing every time. Right? So sometimes it's best to just keep your peace and wait for it to get back above on its own first. Because once it does, then it actually opens up room for the run, right? Can you show the indicator you use for EMA, Jerem? I use the Bobe algo for the 200 EMA, but you can also just search, right? So if you type in indicators, type indicator and type in EMA, right? And then you wanna get this one. So this one's gonna come with multiple. It's not gonna come with the 9, but it's gonna come with the rest of them, right? So this one here, Dr. Sweets, right? 200, 150, and the 20. That's gonna you can see that people use this one the most, right? People use that one the most, so you could use that too. So there goes WORX, guys. That was a beautiful retest. Type yes in the chat if you bought the dips on WORX. Type yes in the chat if you bought that dip. That was a nice test. FTEL is trying to come back, so we'll see if it actually does come back. Yes, 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 yes. Good job, guys. Good job. I like that. That was a beautiful retest, by the way. That was perfect. Yeah, you thought about buying it? Yeah, 50 cents was your level, right? Now I'm gonna move this line a little bit higher just so we can see the double top. So there's your double top, alrighty? There's your double top. So just be mindful of that level. If it can break above that level, then yeah, okay, cool, send it, right? So just be mindful of the double top there. Alrighty. You can see that it's hit that 64, 65 actually, and then back to 60 cents, right? So that level is gonna be a bit of a resistance spot. Already. So you need the breakout. And then if we can break out, then okay, send it above 70. You got stopped out on the pullback? Your stop loss was most likely about 50 cents then. Most likely. So that thing needs to break above that resistance. Above the resistance. Okay, there we go. So double tops, no surprises. FTEL is still chilling in that same stupid range, right? Same stupid range. It's holding the demand zone, yeah, but it's still below the 200. So that's a problem. BIYA again went to the 200, failed, kept coming all the way back down again, right? So that price action is a bit annoying. Should you get into Beyond Meat? What does it look like? BYND, BYND, BYND. It's kind of giving you a double bottom there, isn't it? I mean, that doesn't look bad. It's above the 200 EMA, which is good. You notice the difference, guys? Like stocks above the 200 EMA. Like look at even stupid Beyond Meat, right? The fact that it's above the 200 EMA, the white line, right? Look at that, right? The fact that it's above it, that was a beautiful run, wasn't it? Very nice run, right? For now, Tonio, if you're gonna get into a position, I almost would be looking for between so closer to $1.35 is what I'd be looking for, and then stay above the 200 EMA, please. Alrighty, okay, back to the gem of the day, because WORX is looking like the gem, isn't it? The gem. You sold at 60, but felt that it was a big slap to get back in at 50. Yeah, Blake. Yeah. So you just have this resistance here, guys, right? You can see it, right? We keep testing and failing, testing and failing, testing and failing. So it needs to break above. Okay. For $26, Kevin. Good. Good, 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 good. I like it. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Yeah, so this thing needs to break above that 64 and actually close above it. Yeah. Maybe today is gonna be like yesterday, like annoying all day, and then at the very end, something just cooks. Cooks. Yeah, I mean, if we can break above Benjamin 64 and close above 64, and then yeah. Good, Miss Fraser. How are you? Good, good, good. There we go. There it goes. Good job. Good job. Well done. Good scalp. 63. There goes another golden candle. I hate to buy again in all that red. I know, right? I know. This is easier if you're in a position already and you have a stop loss, easier to manage. Yeah. So now it's gonna need to break out and close above. It looks like it wants to, right? It actually needs to do it though. $64.40 and right back below. So that candle looks like we're gonna close below as well. So, yup, definitely gonna close below, right? So that level is a big, big problem. Oh, okay. The candles are trending up though, right? That's the other thing when it comes to like levels like these ones, is the candles are trending up, right? So it's easier, like I said, it's easier if you're in a position because you can just put a stop loss. But if you're not in a position, you never buy at resistance, obviously, right? And there it is again, right? So resistance, resistance. You never buy at resistance unless we actually break and stay above it. Alrighty? Actually break and stay above it. Yeah, NUAI does not look bad at all, Kevin. Good job on that. Here we go again, 63. My goodness. Sounds good, Ron. Sounds good. See you later. See you later. You're going to go for a run? Okay, you're annoyed with it. You're in at $2.40 and your stop loss is 220. Gary, I mean, you're at break even, right? It's annoying because it's not doing anything, right? So, but you're basically at break even on that thing there. You need it to pop. You need it to pop. Okay. Lisa, did that answer your question though? I know you had a question about the like the long holds, right? So the key factor usually is number one is staying above the 200, right? That's number one, right? And then so when I say creating like higher lows or not creating brand new lows is when the market opens and we sell off and then we bounce. It's hard for me to explain this over text, right? When the market opens, we get the dip and then we bounce. You don't want any brand new lows, so no new lows and stay above the 200 EMA is what I'm referring to. right? There's obviously going to be a sell off at the open. That doesn't count, right? People are always going to sell. Hopefully that makes a bit more sense. Alrighty. I was just waking up, so typing all of that is is not going to happen. Alrighty. Yeah, so you can see the resistance there, right, guys? The T-Rex. Yup, there it is. There's the slap, right? So clearly resistance. Yeah. So if we go back and we look at let's look at MTC from yesterday, right? MTC still looks okay right now, but because I think this is where the question was, right? For MTC, right, is when the market opens, at some point we're gonna get a dip, right? At some point we're gonna get a dip, like a big dip, whether it's right away or at some point, right? So for MTC, this is the biggest dip, right? So this is the biggest dip. We know that big dip is coming in everything at some point. Once that big, like again, this is that's nothing, right? Once that big dip happens, again, this is usually after the open, right? Once that big dip happens, right, and then we bounce, you never go below this level. This is it. That's it, right? You do not ever go below this level is what I'm referring to. Alrighty. So now as the day goes on, we can pump, we can pump and we can dip, but we never come back below this level. If we do, it's done. There's nothing to see there at that point, right? And then after that big dip, you're kind of looking for the 200 EMA, right, to hold. In this case, like I've always said this, right? We said this multiple times. It's one thing to break below the 200 EMA, but that's never the big warning sign, right? When you break below the 200 EMA, this is not the end of it. That's not the end. The end is when we go back up and we fail to reclaim it right away and then we drop. That's done. Like it's done, right? So if we can dip below the 200 EMA briefly, because sometimes there's too much selling pressure, right, and we're gonna dip, but if we can go back up and reclaim it, that's still a good thing. But if we go back up and we fail and then we create a new low, to the abyss. Alrighty, Lisa, that's what I was referring to. So if you look at this, yeah, we broke below, but then we reclaimed it right away, and it looks like a double bottom in a demand zone, right? You can see the demand zone there, and then explosion, right? But again, first, like we never went back to the low, to that market open dip, right? Right there, we never saw that level again. Alrighty, okay, back to works. Works is back to testing resistance again. Right? If you notice what Works is doing, Works is kind of doing, again, no major dip on this, right? But this would almost be the biggest dip here on Works at 50 cents. So Works now needs to stay above that 50 cents and create higher lows. Okay, good. Yeah, again, it's hard. Can't really type that stuff. I would need to show you. In days, Popcoff. In the night, Popcoff, you could always, like when you're about to take a shower, undress, put the thrust beats on, get on the floor, and thrust like nobody's watching because nobody's watching. Thank you, Joel. Yeah, so there's a lot of resistance here still. Ready? When we make a mistake like FTEL, FTEL wasn't really a mistake, right? So FTEL is an educated gamble for the most part, right? So FTEL look okay, and again, this is why we said we're moving that stop loss to break even, right? So if you got in right there because we're consolidating, we already know we're in danger land, right? But then once we bounce like that, we're moving the stop loss to break even, right? Even in case we drop, right? But again, when we make mistakes like that, let's call this a mistake, right? When we make mistakes like that, we usually want to go back and say, "Hey, what's the problem here? What's the problem?" We already know what the problem is, right? It's because we're playing with stocks below the 200 EMA, right? So you always want to go back and look at that stuff and say, "Hey, what's the problem? Next time, let's not play with stocks below the 200 EMA." Deal, deal. Next time, when we see a stock below the 200 EMA, let's not play with it unless we reclaim that level. Ready? So we live and we learn, right? We make mistakes, we learn from them, and we don't do them again. What's MTC at now? Still trying to bounce. Still trying to bounce. And then Works is still just chilling there. On interactive brokers, I'm not sure. New, I'm really not sure. You might have to like Google it, YouTube it really quickly. YouTube's really quickly. Is MTC a good example of trying to reclaim the EMA? Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, right. But also, Works is a better example of reclaiming the 200 EMA. Like this is a better example here, right? Way better because you can see the first test. The first test was a fail, so no touchy touchy, right? First test right there, trying to reclaim the 200 EMA. The 200 EMA is the white line, by the way. Trying, no touchy touchy, right? And then the second time, it actually did it. It broke and it closed above, touchy touchy touchy, and then boom skis. So this one's a better example of a. But now this is a good example of a T-Rex. A good example of a T-Rex. The damn thing doesn't want to break above resistance, right? So hopefully you took some gains, right? And hopefully we get a higher low because we're still trending up, obviously, right? We're still in that uptrend. We just have resistance for works. And speaking of the 200 EMA, right? That thing is above the 200 EMA. Your next resistance is $1.80, but it's done a good job. Like look at that, right? MTC has done a good job, right? Reclaiming the 200 EMA, which is good, right? So Sid, hopefully that answers your question. So again, life below the 200 EMA is not fun. Yeah, MTC just had a fat green candle there. Fat green candle. It's a 190. Fat green candle. Netty, what's your position in BIYA? Is it done? No. Why? Because it's still holding the bottom there, right? Yeah, it's failing to hold to reclaim the 200 EMA, but it's still holding the bottom of the zone there. So as long as it stays above 43 cents, it's not done yet. Netty, alrighty, but it does need to reclaim that 200 though. Not the charts. Yeah, that's why I would recommend just using TradingView instead. Alrighty. So clearly works isn't done yet either because it's still trending up. If it breaks that uptrend, then you might have a problem. Maybe we go back and retest 50 cents. Alrighty. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah. You can do it. 61, 61.50, 62. You can do it works. Broke above 62. Right, that supply zone is the only obstacle there. The only obstacle. 62.50, 62.80. Here we go. 63. Come on, works. You can do it. 63.30. You can do it. You can do it. 63.60. Here comes 64 again for the millionth time. For the 1 millionth time. Is it too late? The answer is never yes, but you are at resistance though, right? You see how many times we failed at this level, Nico? Right? Do you want to buy there? Right? Ask yourself that question, right? So do you want to buy at a level that we have so many candles failing? You're better off waiting for it to clear that level, righty, or waiting for dips. Cool. 36. I almost wouldn't let it go below 220. Yeah. Peter, you should have bought some spy puts, some zero DTE spy puts. Spy's getting slapped today. Slapped. Slapped. I think it's getting slapped. Sheesh. These markets are. What happened to Santa Rally, guys? Maybe Santa Rally is in December then. December. Craziness. UVXY. Yep. UVXY. Is Bitcoin getting slapped today too? Yeah, of course it is. Because Bitcoin can never seem to do its own thing, you know. Canada sit. Sansak only comes if we're not naughty. We've been thrusting a lot this year, so yeah, maybe that's not a good thing. Yeah, works looks like it wants to break out, like it wants to break out. Will it actually do it though? That's the question. FTEL, yeah. So try and stay above 220. It's trying to bounce again, but kind of silly, kind of silly. Again, MTC looks nice, right? Looks very nice. And then back to the one that's been the star today. Works. Come on, break it. No, I think you'll be fine, Joel. You'll be okay, right? Bitcoin is a long term thing. Bitcoin is the type of thing that will make or break your portfolio. But over time, it will be more good than for the most part. We could easily still drop to $80,000, right? And then rock it to 150. So yeah, 63. You're from Toronto, but you live in Cali. Oh wow, Peter's your neighbor. Then Peter lives in California as well. Sid. So you're Canadian then? Canadian, California. I know, right? Yeah. Well, welcome to the community. Love it. California as well, Shane. Yep. I bet you there are a whole bunch of people from California here. And there goes again works, guys, right? That resistance. Sometimes when you add resistance like that, don't ask to buy, right? Let it break out first or let it give you a proper dip. Alrighty? It's obviously still looks like it's just going back and forth and fighting, but yeah, you can clearly see that resistance. Yeah, why is the resistance there heavy? Because it's failed there so many times that people use it now as a sell spot, right? Really? Oh wow. Both Peters live in California. Come on, you can do it. We believe in your works. What if the sharks come? We will shoot the sharks. Yeah? There we go. This one's like, okay, I like that. I like that. Don't let the sharks get me, please. We will not let the sharks get you. Yeah, there we go. This one's like, okay. We will thrust the sharks away. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, let's see if we can close above that level. It's like, really? You're gonna do that? Yes, we will. We got you. Not like FTEL, we got you. Yep. No, for sure. Again, you just have a lot of resistance there, so it's gonna need to actually, break above it. uh See, that's what I asked earlier, Dan, right? Like, how is Apple green today? How is everything else red and Apple up 1%? How? Everything else is down 1%, Apple's up 1%. Well, I mean, to be fair, though, like the markets were pumping like for quite some time, and every day the markets would pump down, Apple would be red. And then eventually Apple decided to catch up, So I guess it's still catching up. How do you know where there's resistance and support? The red zones make it easier, so the algo makes it easier, but usually you have to zoom out and look at other time frames. Graham, surprisingly, yes. For now, right? I wouldn't really look at Apple as a safe haven. A safe haven is, one of those where like if things turn bad, right? Then that one tends to be okay, like the gold, right? For the most part, gold is the one that stands out when it comes to stuff like that. Here we go again. 63. 63. Choo, choo, choo. Mm-hmm. Like five times as much. That's interesting. Very interesting. How does gold look? GLD. How does it look? Gold is red today, actually. But then again, gold has had like a crazy strong year. Crazy strong year. Crazy, crazy. Since when did gold start running up 50%? 50%, right? You know what's crazy about gold? No, it's crazy. So that's how you can tell this year has been extraordinary, but there's also been a lot of chaos, right? All the Trump tariffs scare people, right? So people are like, "Oh no, I don't trust Trump. Let me go to gold instead," right? Look at the last look at the bottom like numbers, right? So I'm gonna move that up a little bit, right? Like look at the 5 year return on gold, right? 5 year return on gold, right? That's 107%. So the fact that we've done that, we've done 50% this year, that's after dipping, is impressive, isn't it? So that kind of tells you how, concerned people were about all of the tariff stuff, you know? Yeah. AF AFJK. It's a crazy candle, isn't it? See candles like these, and look at the volume on this thing, right? Lazy. This is why this thing doesn't show up on the scanners. It's like that thing halts every second with 42,000 shares, right? 42,000 shares. Like this is some suspicious behavior, right? Stuff like that can screw you up. For some reason, I guess we don't want to break out, guys. We're gonna wait till we get up the stream, and then Works is gonna be like, "Oh yeah, $1, make you holla," right? This one's giving MTC vibes. Dipski, where's the 200? The 200 is all the way down there to 46. Right, so that's what they're waiting for, They're like, "Hey, get up the stream. Let's show you what we can do." Ridiculousness. Yeah, no, it seems like it's halted every second. AFJK. This time NQ's in volume on the 1 minute. Now the candles. Wow. Yeah. Yup. You can either make nice monies, Dan, or go to the abyss. Or go to the abyss. MTC still giving us a nice volatility. Work still playing with that resistance there. STGW not doing much. Testing $6 support. Again, look at FTEL, guys, right? If you never traded a stock that went below the 200 EMA again, you'd be okay. Promise. If you never traded a stock again that went below the 200 EMA, you would be okay. Alrighty? Stocks below the 200 EMA are sent from hell to piss you off. Right? Look at this one. Right? It gives you a little bit of hope, but when you go below the 200 EMA, you're fighting an uphill battle. Right? This one looks stupid. FTEL looks stupid. So does BIYA, right? BIYA still holding the support at 43 cents, right? That's the only thing that's saving you. But when these stocks go below that white line, you need a miracle at that point. Yeah. Sorry, Raj. Sorry. I just want to show. Yep. So, funny enough, the only stocks that look okay right now, guys, works clearly well above the 200 EMA, right? So that looks okay. Even MTC looks okay, and it's above the 200 EMA. So, um, yup, yup. These slow stocks make me hungry. I'm hungry. Only if it stays above that 43, Carlos. If it breaks below that level, trash as well. Another day of scalpies, Tiffany. Kind of annoying, isn't it? Pre-market was okay though. Pre-market was okay. FTEL looked nice in pre-market. A lot of stocks look good in pre-market. Pre-market after hours. So again, you definitely shouldn't be buying a position at that resistance, but if you are in a position, you can just move your stop loss up, right? And hope we break out. I hope we break out, but my goodness, how long does it take? Yeah, exactly, Yogi. Exactly. 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 I was kind of annoyed when that stop loss hits. Like when I posted that again, stop loss at even, right? Kind of annoyed when it hit, but not annoyed anymore, right? So yeah, and this is why I've come to like really enjoy stop losses. When they hit for a reason. In my opinion, when your stop loss hit, it hits for a reason, right? So again, we took that position, it bounced, stop loss at break even, right? Then it hit the stop loss and they slapped it, right? Exactly, Yogi. Right? So sometimes we complain about the stop loss. You're like, oh, every time I hit my stop loss, right? Far more often than not, right? When your stop loss hits, the stock tends to go to the abyss. Can you imagine still being in this trash? Can you imagine that? Imagine that, right? Bridge, right? So you'd rather get rid of that and play with something like a retest of 50 cents on WORX, and make the money back. Easy, right? Right? Easy. Make the monies back somewhere else. Yep. Not sure if you saw it. Combo probably didn't see. What was your question? Let me scroll up. What do you think will happen to Tesla today? Graham, what's your position in Tesla? Let me know. Yeah. Is Robert online for a question just now? You message him for a question? I didn't know. Maybe tag him in Stock General or something. Did you send him a DM though? You sent him a DM? If you sent him a DM, I'll let him know. You sent him a DM. 166? Let's go. Bilal, I like it. I like it. You basically played with another retest of the 200 EMA, right? So I like it again. The only problem is you're having that supply in the VWAP up there now for your resistance. You did? Okay. Yeah. There you go. I made up for FTEL losses with BIYA and MTC. There you go, right? You take a bit of a loss, guys. You go somewhere else and go make the money back. Alrighty? Go somewhere else and make the money back. Yeah. So very, very important. If one isn't, look at this, guys. AFJK, like that thing was at 41, now it's at 34, right? Like this stock just looks way too suspicious for me. Every time it halts, you look at the volume, it goes up by 1,000, right? Like it really isn't much. Probably SV, probably. He's been thinking about that for a week though, so he needs to. I know Rob went to Rob. I think Rob went to visit family, so maybe that's why he's been not as active. BQ thinking about it for a swing play. Sure. You're thinking about swinging BQ. BQ looks like, yeah, I can kind of see why you're looking at this thing, right? Is that the all-time low? It is at the actually. No, that's not quite the all-time low. That's just the bottom for the last few days, right? Yeah, so closer to like closer to a to 290, 290 to 280. If it breaks below 280 though, you kind of have to get rid of it. 277. Yeah. Let's go, Bilal. Well done. I like it. Yeah, already. So you can see that the entire week it's been holding up this level, so that's not horrible, right? Just make sure though that if it's breaking below that level, Chris, stay away. Get rid already. Yep, you do, Adrian. You do. You need to spend some time in the education section, right? The new trader education section, or become a good VIP member. Alrighty? You need to. You need to. There goes WORX, guys, right? Again, we keep telling you do not buy at resistance, right? Do not buy at resistance. Yeah. No, no, again, Adrian, you really need to, right? So and I knew this was coming too. Why? Because we made it, we said this over and over, right? Most of the time, the biggest problem in the market, guys, is people make a whole bunch of money on a big run and then end up losing all the gains as time goes on. Why? Because again, that run was really nice, but then you actually didn't learn anything or come up with rules, right? We keep saying this: the more money you make, the more discipline you need to have, because now you have more to risk, right? More to lose. So you need to spend some time in the new trader education section, right? Learn some stuff, right? Have proper stop losses. Have tighter stop losses. The beauty of making a lot of money on one play is now you can sit back and relax and only wait for really good setups, right? Really good setups. Like the patience should be easy at that point. Like if you make, I saw a member that made $40,000 in Beyond Meat, right? A new person, right? And then they lost the $40,000 a week later, right? Like to me, that's unacceptable. Like how do you make 40K and lose it all? How? How do you make $40,000 and in one play and then lose it? How? Right? Just because lack of discipline, right? So when you make more monies, you need to have more discipline, right? Take some of that money and invest it in something longer term, right? And then, seriously, right? Like that is crazy to me. Like I cannot even imagine you doing that. Maybe it's because you have big you trade big stocks, right? But again, like if you make that amount of money, I can see where your head is at, Bala. I can see where your head is at. But no, seriously though, whether it's $1,000, if you make $1,000 today, you definitely shouldn't be losing $1,000 tomorrow, right? The same day, Pappy, the same day. That's what I mean, right? Like, what are you guys doing? Right? If you make 40,000 and you lose 40,000 the same day or the next day, like that is ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous, right? Like you need to have stop losses. You need to trade smaller. You need to like there's so many things you need to do, right? What happened to the stop losses, guys? Right? And again, I said this so many times because I knew this was coming, right? People make money and then lose the money. You're a full board kind of guy, but you're teaching me discipline. Good, good, right? So again, become a Gold VIP member or spend some time in the new trader education section, please. Right? We keep telling you guys the max loss on a position should be 8 to 10%. 8 to 10% max loss. And the more of those you take, the more you're gonna realize that your entries kind of suck. You need to improve those entries. Yeah, stop losses left the chat. Like if you make $40,000, that is a blessing, right? Losing that same amount of money in one day though is crazy to me. So do better, please. Yeah. Yep. Beyond ridiculous. Look at FTEL, guys, right? This is why, right? Stop losses are important. You do not stay in there. Right? You do not stay. You do not stay. Look at WORX, right? They slapped that thing all the way back down to almost 50 cents. Right? That thing give you so much time to put a stop loss or take the gains, right? The longer we sit at resistance, the more people just get frustrated and say, hey, get me out of here, right? It's not breaking. Just get me out. Let me go somewhere else. Right? So now let's see if 50 cents can hold. Alrighty. You wouldn't lose that in a year, below. Yeah, not in a year. Let me take a look. YGMZ. What is it doing? Are we curling? Trying to, yeah. You see how annoying these stocks are when they're below the 200 EMA, guys? So annoying. So annoying. That Beyond Meat run, the entire run, Beyond Meat never saw, below the 200 EMA. Right? That thing was so nice. So nice. MTC is trying to test the view up again. You live and you learn though, right, guys? You're gonna make another $40,000 again, and the hope is that this time, right? The hope is that this time, you learn from it. You know, and that's all you can do. And we all make that mistake. We've all been in that position where we make some nice gains and then we lose the gains in the same day, right? We've all been there. Yup. Yeah, no, you can tell though. Pappy has a big account. Yeah, if you lose $40,000 in one day and you make $40,000 in one day, you definitely trade with a big account, which is a blessing and a curse sometimes. After a large trade to avoid losing, good, Pappy. Yeah, right. You live and you learn. When you lose the money, you come up with rules, right? And as long as you're doing that, you're making progress. The good thing is you didn't lose $40,000 of your own money, right? It was gains. I mean, it is your money. Once you make that money, it's your money. You should protect it, but you know what I mean. Yeah. The stream keeps lagging. It seems to be fine for me. I'm not sure why it's lagging for you. Damn, look at that pop. YGMZ. That's a nice pop actually. So demand zone to the 200 EMA. This is what these stocks all do, right? They go below the 200 EMA and then they consolidate, then they pop to the 200 EMA, right? This is the one scenario that we're like, hey, it's okay to play with below the 200 EMA. Like when you see a stock trading below the 200 EMA, you do not touch that stock though until it's actually consolidating. Like it has to be consolidating, okay? But if it breaks below that level, you just get rid of it. You take a small loss. Because chances are, when you're below the 200 EMA, you're going to go back at some point and test it. At some point. But that's the only exception. Uh, is it going to be more difficult to catch shooting stars as the year ends? People are closing positions. Not necessarily, Sid. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. We're going to have opportunities still. We're not even in December yet, right? So end of the year, like end of the year, right? Like a week before Christmas, maybe, right? As people go for the holidays. Yeah, I lost 5K in 10 minutes holding a bag before I found hot trades. Yeah. That's a nice pop. That's a very nice pop. See, this is what we were hoping would happen on FTEL, break above the 200 EMA and go boom skis. It happens. And then yup, yup, Nate. That's my hope, right? That's my hope, right? That would be my hope for you guys, right? Whether it's $40,000. Like if you make $40,000, think of how crazy that is, right? That's how much money some people make in a year, right? So now, how about every trade you go into, you reduce the position and your stop loss is $1,000. Even at that point, it would take you quite a few trades to lose $40,000, right? So, and the hope is that you would learn in that process and eventually, like have green trades within that. Yeah, bakes, but yeah, Nate, yeah. Uh, Sega, yes, 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 yes. So that's a nice pop. Works is still holding 50 cents. Yeah, Works kind of has like that MTC vibes. Yeah, Works has MTC vibes. as long as it stays above the stupid 200 EMA. Yeah. So we'll see what happens as the day progresses here. If we're going closer to like after lunchtime, if this thing is still hanging around, we know it's gonna cook into the close. So if like closer to the end of the day, right? The answer is not now, not now, right? After lunchtime, like that last 2 hours of the day, if this thing is still consolidating above the 200 EMA, then we know. We're like, okay, this is the one, right? Watch it very closely. It's still very early now though, so we can't really look at that yet. Can't really look at that quite yet. And the slapping it, look at that. No consolidation, straight slap on WORX. But again, guys, you had the T-Rex. The T-Rex was right there. Yeah, it was right there. So for now, again, let it dip. Don't buy this now thinking like, oh, what about end of the day? No, not yet, right? Yep, it really did. MTC did the exact same thing yesterday, right? The exact same thing. So as long as it keeps playing with that 200 EMA and staying above it, that's fine. We're not gonna have the answer though till way later today. So don't buy this now and then diamond hand it and say, but it's gonna go right. What if it doesn't? What if something else shows up, right? Because right now, YGMZ is flying there like nobody's business, right? Why couldn't this happen to FTEL? Unbelievable, right? So there goes, and that's a nice push, isn't it? So again, this is the only exception, guys. If you're ever gonna buy something below the 200 EMA, that's fine. You need to make sure that it's really consolidating there for some time, right? And then your stop loss needs to be right below that consolidation level, ready? And then boom skis. It's a nice pump. Gents, you made a good job. It's a very good scalp. Do, 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 do. 22. Mm, 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 mm. Good job, gents. Good job. I like that. Good job. Luna, that's your friend, by the way. That's your friend, Luna. Your friend's cooking. Good. Good, good, good. Oh yeah, you've been asking for. I think a few of you have been asking, how do I become a member and get access to the educational material? If you want to join us in Discord and get access to the educational stuff, click the link at the bottom there from Nightbots, Nico, and whoever was asking. Yeah, click this link at the bottom of the chat. Sign up for any of the levels that do not say sold out, please. Alrighty. So the Legend level gives you access to most of the educational stuff. The Legend Pro gives you access to all of the educational stuff. Alrighty, so click that link, become a member. Once you do, then you get the link to join us in Discord. MTC is still looking okay. That was a good retest of the 200 EMA. Yeah, and then now you can see that resistance right at $1.90, Chris. Right, 190 resistance. YGMZ is flying there still though. Flying. Damn. Flying. I feel the roast coming. Please do not sign up for a level that says sold out, please. Luna, 4 times my daily goal for you today. What a great market. Let's go. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Good job. Works to the abyss. Yeah, let it drop. Like if it's dropping like that, let it drop, right? Wait till it consolidates. Yeah, look at BIYA, guys. Some of these stocks are just annoying today. Your only hope has been futures, just um, yeah. I mean, we've had a ridiculous run this year, guys. A ridiculous run, right? A ridiculous run. So a ridiculous run. Yeah. Don't forget to smash a like as well, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new, and yeah. 24 pennies. This one flew from the bottom. Wow, that thing cooked from the bottom on a trade for the first time. Good job. There you go. It's only a matter of time, right? You keep learning and learning and learning, slow and steady. It's only a matter of time. The amount of good stocks we talk about on this channel, it's only a matter of time. Right? Some days like today, some of these stocks look really annoying, but yeah, that's a really nice push. And there goes the supply zone slap. What can you buy with 24 pennies? I don't know. Sugar candy or something like that. One sugar candy out of the package, you know? Or sugar cube. 23 cents. Um, you're still in at 60 because you didn't verify. My goodness, Jason, why didn't you check that it was executed before you left? Dan, chilling my butt from catching so hard. You were late. Yeah. Hopefully it's not a big position though. Hopefully it's not too big. Yeah, so supply zone and then a bit of a slap. $51. Okay, that's not bad then. For the day, good job, TV. Well done. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Good jobs. Works curl. Let's see. It's trying to. Right. I would not touch this thing. Wait for it to reclaim Brennan. That 200, please. Already. Again, if this thing is gonna move, guys, promise at some point it will give you that time to show you what it looks like the levels. So if it's below the 200 EMA, don't touch it till it actually consolidates. And the price then just sits there for 5 minutes. I don't need the stress. Yep. 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 Are we still we're just sitting there for SPY then? Oh wow. Damn, Dan. Shish. That looks highly suspicious, doesn't it? Are your messages are delayed, combo? How can you purchase the algo and how much does it cost? Go to the Bull Bear Algo channel in Discord already, or send Rob another DM. It's in the Bull Bear Algo channel, right? I can tell you haven't watched the video. Whenever someone says, "How do I buy the algo?" I'm like, "You haven't even watched the onboarding video, have you?" This is why I tell Rob to keep that channel clean. Rob, are you in the chat? Don't make me find you. How's MTC looking? It's looking okay. You just have a lot of resistance, Dina, right? You can see the stalling at the top, right? Just too much resistance right there. Everything seems to like want to find resistance, just like yesterday. Again, I think we still like WORX for potentially the end of the day, right? We still like WORX. It actually reclaimed the 200 EMA, which is good. So we need those double bottoms, the higher lows, the consolidation, and then closer to the end of the day, we'll see what it looks like. AFJK is halted up again, guys. And then CMBM, yeah, that's a nice little bounce there for WORX, though, isn't it? From 44, 45 cents back to 52. That's not bad. Uh, mm, Pizza, time for work. Yeah, sounds good, pizza. Have a wonderful day at work. Alrighty, much love. See you later. See you later. And yeah, Spy's looking super suspicious. Super suspicious. Super suspicious. I wonder if it's gonna find a base there though. And did anybody buy the dips on Works? Back in business? Yeah, it's back above the 200 EMA. So this is why I say, like, the problem isn't going below the 200 EMA. The problem is trying to get back above it and not getting back above. And then people start panicking. Right? So thinking of opening a new position, Pappy? Let me take a look. Dang, that's quite the slap there for that one. This one's still playing with that demand zone, so that's not bad. And Spy is still trying to bounce their dance, so still in that same range. Yeah, you were in the bathroom. Unbelievable. YouTube tomorrow, Scuba? Yeah. No, last Friday we just had to travel, so that's all. We're usually on Fridays. So you're thinking of getting into a position for a swing play for Wolf? Wolf. Swing play. Minus 5% today. Oof. Oof. This one's hard, isn't it? Right? Stuff like this, stuff like this. It's like, damn, this thing's been flying, like from $2 to 16.50, $17, right? So it's had a pretty sick run. As much as you want to look at this as a swing play, it's still all the way up there. So the daily doesn't really do us any good, right? Now, if we look at the 4 hour chart, still doesn't do me any good because you're still sitting at resistance there. You're kind of testing an uptrend, which is good, right? You really have to like start looking at smaller time frames to find some support. Um, I don't know how I feel about this one. The only thing I would almost the only thing I would almost do here, Pappy, is is look for swing play only if it stays above $14. If it breaks below $14, don't want it. Oh damn! Look at works. Yeah, still creeping up there. Green after green. Not bad. So, like I said, this thing looks like it's giving us MTC vibes, right? But we'll see what it looks like the last 2 hours. Yeah, you're welcome. Do. Weather was 80 and sunny. Did you did the yard work for 5 hours? You're sore today? I bet that makes you happy. It makes me very happy. I wish it was raining and snowing, and then you did yard work for 5 hours. I would be even happier, Dan. I would be even happier. You know, Unbelievable. You were doing yard work in beautiful weather. Beautiful weather. What's the problem? Don't be soft. Don't be soft, please. Next time when it's raining, go outside. Do you guys have winter, Dan? Do. Ah, okay, let's see. Yeah, today is equally as annoying as yesterday. Just annoying. Just annoying. Do. Just annoying. Can you please check the EMA on mine isn't working for some reason? Yeah, can you see it now, Abo? So again, you have some really good support around $6 and let's call it 6.15. Alrighty, so you have a really good base, right there. So that level's been holding like since the market opened. So that's perfect, right? STGW. So really good bottom, right? In terms of like the EMA, your resistance, the 200 EMA, you're gonna have a bit of resistance before that. So this little range here is gonna be the problem, right? So 640 to 650, that's your resistance. Wow. Next time I'm coming on this cruise. You guys go for a long cruise though, like a week long cruise. That's yeah. That's get below freezing. Yeah. No, we get below freezing like yesterday. 15 days. Damn. That's a long vacation. What would I do with myself for 15 days? Sheesh. Damn, I don't think I could stay away from the market for 15 days. I could barely stay away for a day. Yeah. Uh, Back above 80s in South Texas. Yeah. Hot stocks 25. What's your position in Beyond Meat? Exactly. That's true, Bala. That's true. That's true. That makes sense. You couldn't just say umbrella drinks. You had to say little umbrella drinks. Oh, you find one there? Oh, I see. You can stream from the cruise. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. Not wrong. That's when we get Starlink. Uh, yeah. Did what did you cook yesterday? MTC. MTC was hot. MTC went up 700% yesterday. 700%. This was the one. Right now, it's slowly recovering. Like when we started watching this earlier today, it was minus 28%. Now it's only 19%. Right, so slowly recovering, slowly. But then you can see that resistance there, and the 200 EMA is acting as support now. So like the 200 EMA is your worst enemy on the way down, but it's your best friend on the way up. You know what I mean? Like now all of a sudden it crossed back above the 200 EMA and it's like, hey, don't worry, I got you. Bounce. Right? Don't worry, I got you. Bounce. When it goes below though, it's like, hey, who sent you? You get to stay below the abyss. Right? Even WORX came back to the 200 EMA right there and it's bouncing off the 200 EMA. Toronto. Skating on our pool. Yeah. Yeah. Choo, 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 choo. I like it. Already cold? Yeah. Now you just need the pool to get frozen, SB. So you can get the skates on. Yeah, we do have a lot of like fun winter activities, you know. Um, we do have a lot of fun winter activities, which is nice. The only downside is that it gets too cold. Like if winter was like -5, -5 to -10, you know, like that's not that big of a deal. You know, we could go skiing like every day, skating. That'd be a lot of fun actually. But once you start getting to, you know, -20, -30, -40, you're just asking for trouble at that point. You know, when you drive the car, you could hear the car squeaking. The car is like, "Excuse me, excuse you. Where do you think you're going?" I don't want to go. You never seen negatives, Bilal? Of course. Don't worry. Yeah, for a week and then that's it. Yep, Raphael. Yeah, I agree. I think BC is like the best of. Toronto isn't that bad either, right? Like your winters are not that horrible. BC is nice because you have the mountains and then it doesn't get that cold, you know? You're in at 120, 123. Okay, let's take a look. 123, BYND. 123. So you're kind of sitting at break even right now. Yeah. You do have support at 120 though, so that's good, right? If I was in that same position, I would probably put a stop loss right at like 119. So I think your entry isn't that bad. Alrighty. I think your entry is not that bad. Let's go, Dennis. Welcome, Dennis. Welcome, 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 welcome. I think you're just rejoining, right? So you're just rejoining. So welcome, welcome back, Dennis. If you do need the link to join us in Discord, that's the link at the bottom of the chat there, Dennis. So click that link. Dan, did you spy looks like it bounced a little bit there for you. Did you did you get out green or you're still in there? Sticky? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Great weather and 10 minutes away from Michigan. Yeah, you're really close to the States. The United States announces temporary suspension of China's reciprocal tariffs. Anyways, whatever. Maybe that's why the market bounced a little bit there. A little bit. Just a little bit, you know? Actually, no, it's still in that same stupid range then. Back for the stonks. Let's go, Dennis. Yeah, so click that link if click that yellow link from the Hot Trades accounts already. Or just refresh your Discord. It should renew itself in a second. WORX is still looking like our only hope for now, honestly. You know, the rest of the world. That's because we have to sell, sell the snow water because Canada has no monies. I need to enter somewhere, anywhere. OT. You don't need to. You really don't need to. Like if you're not feeling it, just stay away from the markets. uh, stay warm, Canada. I mean, I think the weather isn't that bad today. I don't think. Let me take a look. I mean, I say the weather isn't that bad. It's 31, so it's not good, and it looks like it's sprinkling some snow. Sprinkling some snow. That's good. That's cold. Yeah, it's cold. DTCK with the pop, little pop. Do you not go outside or have windows? Well, what am I looking for outside? Jason, what am I looking for outside? Do they have stocks outside? No. Why would I be going outside? Why? I don't need anything outside. Only 10:30. My goodness, Joel. Later this morning, my overall accounts with being crushed the past couple of days. See, yeah, I mean that's gonna happen every so often, right? The last few days, but then think about it, you're still up so much for the entire year, so much still. So that's really not a problem. Damn, the markets are going right back down, right back down. Beyond Meat is still holding up there, so that's okay. This week has been annoying, hasn't it? Like we've had, can you imagine we had a 700% runner and it's still annoying? Craziness. Uh, doo, doo, doo. One second. La, 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 la. Okay. Yeah, why GMZ is all over the place. Snow sled? Snow sled. Snow sledding is fun. Snow sledding. SPY is about to break below 670 there. So clearly there's just redness in the market. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Just open the IPO. Yeah, that was one of the IPOs, right? The $19 IPO. Yeah, the three IPOs today, guys, right? BLLN, a billion to one. I don't know what that means. Billion to one, as like you have $1 billion and you take it to $1. Mm-hmm. Aero Mexico. Is that the airline? The airline Aero Mexico is doing an IPO. Oh, interesting. Aero Mexico is like, hey, we want to go live. Huh. Anyways, we'll see how that performs. Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody wants to IPO. Why? They need money, probably. Yeah, easy go with some nice pops there. Yeah, I mean, again, honestly, not really interested in that. So, not really interested in that. Easy goes creeping up nice and steadily there, though. With there's a supply zone. Arrow has FOMO. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Aero Mexico. Yep. No, that's been. I mean, like, look at that, guys. Look at that. Right? Another test of the bottom again. Oof! They just slapped it below. Yeah. This is why we tell you to wait. Like when you get to support, don't just immediately jump in. Like, oh, it's a triple bottom, right? It's gonna no. Give it a second, right? Because look at that. They immediately slapped it. Right? Yeah. Don't worry, hype. It's because we went to Vegas. Next week though, be ready. Be ready. Next week, be ready. Ready? We're still gonna keep an eye on the works till the end of the day, though. Is Trump supposed to be speaking, guys? So again, Works is probably still our top name. Is Trump supposed to be speaking? Any prediction? What works for now? Then we'll see. Predictions for after hours before lunch, McGregor, is crazy. Already, we usually wait till the end of the day, like the last power hour, right? Before we see what looks good. Alrighty, for now, Works kind of looks like one of those names we're going to be paying attention to. Yeah. Oh, okay. What time is he speaking? Oh. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. I think he already spoke at 11. Oh, he already did. About pharmaceuticals? Okay. He was supposed to start at 11. Oh. So what happened to him then? Look at MTC, guys. Look at this beauty. Look at that beauty. Look at that beautiful 200 EMA, right? The white line, life above the white line is so much nicer, guys. So much nicer. So much nicer. So much nicer. You know what I mean? So much nicer. When you go below the white line, good things don't happen below the white line. He hasn't spoken yet? Okay. Yeah. uh, that's a really nice pop. MTC just went from minus 28% to down 7%, right? Like, that's a pretty good comeback. It's a very good comeback. It the entry you wanted, yeah, it just blew past it, right? But yeah, that demand zone there, that was nice. It was way too close to resistance, but it blew past it though. Okay, okay, no, that's okay. That's okay, Pyro. That's okay. That spy is looking weak today. Weak, 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 weak. Super weak. Today is a short day, Dan. Short, short, short. Short, short, short. Your next resistance on this thing is closer to $2.20, the usual spot, right? Ooh, speaking of 220, there it is. MTC is coming back like a lion, almost back to green, guys. Crazy, huh? Shish, crazy. Is that the Aero Mexico stock? Is it going up? It's at almost $20 now. Interesting. Okay. Aero Mexico says hello. You guys don't like me? Well, I like me. Aero. Some nice candles, then. I'm still not interested in that though. Don't think it'll be unless yeah, exactly. It's yeah. No, it really won't. Yeah. So yeah, your next resistance for MTC is that 220. Alrighty. Maybe a retest of 195 or all the way back down to 180. Man, the stock has been halting up and down all day long. AFJK. That's a pretty interesting name. AFJK. Uh, and never even touched it. 1899. Dang. Yeah, the lowest was 1916. So you were close though. Yep, the retest. Yeah, retest of the view apps. Going in below the open with a quick sell above. Okay, yeah, that would have been good for you. I mean, yeah, the markets are looking very weak. We might have entered a retest period. Um, okay, let me pull up that market psychology cycle chart. Where do you guys think we're at in market psychology? Where do you think we're at? Where do you think we're at? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I feel like a lot of you guys, it's gonna be between thrill and euphoria, right? For a lot of you, it's gonna be between definitely not depression. Disbelief, definitely not. Uh, definitely not. Anxiety, I'm in denial. You guys are funny, 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 funny. Anxiety, denial. You're like these are your personal, your personal spots. I mean, like market wise, like the large caps. Complacency, maybe, maybe. But yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Every so often we have a dip and then we're back. So for example, like let's look at the daily chart. Like if you look at the daily, you're like, what's all the panicking for? You know what I mean? Like we just did this last month, right? We did this last month. All of a sudden, rally. We're basically kind of doing the same thing, right? Look at that. Every time we have like a bad day like that, it's panic, and then guess what? Boom skis. One of these times though, it's going to be longer, like a bigger dip, right? But look at that, consistent, consistent. And then this was obviously the tariff stuff, right? So can't go back too far there, but yeah, see what happens. Yep, exactly, Chris. Exactly. I still can't believe Nvidia is like a $5 trillion company though. $5 trillion. Like Nvidia is worth more than like some countries, most countries, right? Apart from like China and the U.S. Like China, like GDP, like 19 trillion, right? The US is at 30 trillion. And then there's one or two like European countries at like 10 and stuff like that, like 5 and 6, right? But then Nvidia alone is like 5 trillion. Like, okay, we get it. Okay, we get it, Nvidia. But damn, damn. Yeah, craziness. Crazy, crazy. Nvidia is worth more than Canada. That's for sure. Anyways, would you rather own Nvidia or own Canada? Somebody better say Canada, because I know everybody else is gonna say both. It just got dumped. Yeah, yeah. This is just annoying at this point. Right? That's why I say like for works guys, like I said earlier, right? Don't go buying this now, thinking like okay, it's gonna be like like MTC. No, we're not gonna know that till the last 2 hours. It's way too early. Don't ask. Ah, yeah, Canada. Do 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 do. Like a 6 hour flight, so not close. Is it done? For now, yeah. Yeah. And then MTC came back for a bit of a retest of the view app, and Chris was like, "Get me in," and then it bounced. No, 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 no. How many positions are you in, hot stocks? My goodness. Easy Go is pushing back for the highs. I think we got rid of. Actually, Aero Mexico is not that bad, huh? Super slow though. Easy Go. Easy Go came all the way back up. It's actually a really nice curl. Really, really nice. You're still holding, Dina? You were green in that position, right? And now you're still green or you're red? Green or red? We need to find the next. You're still holding, yeah. So we need to find the next Beyond Meat. We need the next one. I expected better from today. Hope and pray, Carlos. You guys were all green. You guys were all green in that position, right? You should have stayed green. The day is not over. No, 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 no. Yeah, again, remember when we left yesterday, everything was pretty slow, but MTC looked interesting, and then the last hour, boom skis. Uh, 55 cents. Again, I wish you had a stop loss in that position, hype. I wish you did. Wish you did. But now I think you just want to stay above 40 cents. Righty? Try and stay above 40 cents. Our area? Yeah, I think so too. I think so. Don't worry, I'll be rested over the weekend. Get ready for Monday because we're going to start cooking hard. Uh, Alrighty, because that's not looking very good, is it? KB, what's your position in BIYA? Let me know. Is it over? What's your position? Honestly, back off. Honestly, right? Today's pretty annoying, just like yesterday. Yep. Mm, easy monies. Back off. You won the giveaway, right? From yeah, your membership is still good today, but I think your membership is gonna end tomorrow. Yeah, you should be good to go now, though. Yeah, your membership is gonna end. Yeah. A boat delivery. A boat delivery from Hilton. Okay. So you're gonna be busy then. That's okay. We need a sacrificial lamb, Scuba. We need somebody to we need a sacrifice. You know what I mean? 2369. Easy go. Do I think it's a buy the dip? No, not yet. Not yet. Not till later in the day if it's consolidating. No. 2460. And easy goes pushing nicely there. 25 cents. 25 cents. Keen, what a day. Yep. Just scalpies, right? Scalp, scalp, scalp. Yeah, 25 is a bit of a psychological level there, if nothing else. 25 cents. MTC is still looking really good, by the way. That was a. Did you get into that position, Chris? Did you get in on that VWAP retest? That 195? Because then now you're looking for that 220 again, right? It should. Sometimes it doesn't always do it. Right? Your membership doesn't always renew. Sometimes you have to redo it on your own, but it should. There goes easy go. You are Scuba. No, it's one of those things. Once you do it, you are gonna be hooked. So you might as well do it the right way. Yeah, you missed it. Okay, yeah, because I know you were looking for that exact thing, and it happened perfectly. It happened way too quickly, though. So yeah, MTC and this one WORX is not looking good at all, right? At all. Question now is, can Easy go break above this 25 and stay above it? Easy go, easy go. They wouldn't let you on Schwab Rush. See, like honestly, you need to switch brokers. Um, you need to switch. Yeah, even QQQ's drag. Yeah, everything's gonna drag today. Should you see it at 18 cents? It's at 25 cents, right? So you're not going to see it at 18 cents. 18 cents was your consolidation and the curl McGregor. That would have been a good spot. Now it's Gonski. You're playing with 25 resistance. WORX is looking not good at all. Not good at all. When the purple was there, uh, I'm not sure I understand. Questrade or Raphael, Questrade or Interactive Brokers is what I would recommend. There goes 26. Carlos, you should always have that plan right when you get into that position, right? You never want to be asking that question when the stock is dropping. Trump is speaking now. Okay. There he goes. Easy go. Good job, Laser. Good job. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, it looks like the penny stocks are taking over now. ZJYL with the pop as well. Another China penny stock. Do, do, do. Yep, that thing is cooking. Cooking. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that's a nice pop. Congratulations if you played with this. Last year, Kevin. Yeah. Do, 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 do. And spy with a bit of a bounce there off the 69. Not bad. BIYA has just done nothing, guys. Again, stocks below the 200 EMA are sent from hell to piss you off. That's it. Once these stocks go below that white line, they're just here to piss you off, honestly. There's nothing else good about them. Right? Nothing else. Look at that. This one's just been stupid. The only time you touch them is when they're really consolidating in a demand zone. And that's it. Once you go below that white line, look at this. Even WORX. Once you go below the white line, the sent from hell. Yeah, from hell. MTC is looking beautiful though, isn't it? Beautiful MTC. Just in time, Eddie. Yeah, these markets are annoying. Trump announces deal with Eli Lilly slash weight loss. That's interesting, huh? Let me pull this up really quickly. See, that's actually it's from CNBC though. Yeah, Trump announces deal with Eli Lilly and yeah, Medicare coverage, I guess. Hmm. MTC brand new highs of the day, guys. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding MTC. Type yes if you're still holding MTC. Yup. Thanks, Trump. NVO. Yup. You're gonna have some pumpies. Some pumpies from some of those stocks. NVO. Yeah. Can you trust them though? That's the question. Or is it just a quick pump and dump, you know? Calls? Okay, nice. You caught the breakout? Okay. I wish you were in lower for sure. I mean, what do you guys think of this though? What do you guys think of, like cutting the cost of like weight loss drugs? I thought some of these weight loss drugs were bad for you. Yeah, so yeah, Gary, annoying, frustrating. Yeah. Anyways, I think like, isn't it better to cut the cost of like other drugs? Like drugs where people like don't have a choice, like anxiety meds, cancer drugs, like other things. Other than cutting like weight loss. Weight loss seems like at that point you're almost enabling. You know what I mean? That was good though, Chris. Well done. There you go. Daily Gold Med. Good jobs. Good jobs, Chris. Right? You missed the bottom, but you played the breakout. Beautiful. Right? Very nice. Look at that thing cook, guys. Woof. MTC came back, guys. MTC is like, guys, I'm back. Oh, damn. MTC says I'm back, guys. Damn. 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 270. Is it halted up? Have they not halted it yet? Damn, MTC. Yep, MTC's halted up. MTC's halted up. Shish. Goodness. Damn. Love it. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding MTC. I know some of you guys took gains already, but type yes in the chat if you're still holding MTC. Day 2 for MTC. Let's go. 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 La, 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 la. Mo, you're in at $2, so you're up 70 cents then. Good job. I like it. I like it. Yeah. This thing said, you know what, guys? You know what? Nothing else is moving. Let's give you back the boom skis. Cut the risk of heart disease, which is could be avoided. Yeah. Yeah, it's the price action. It's the range, the price, the movement, not the volume that causes the halt. Scuba, don't step away. You're already gone next week. You can't be stepping away, you know? Yeah. $3 is that resistance from yesterday, remember? $3, guys. $3, $3. That was that resistance yesterday, right? So $3 is your next resistance there. Alrighty. Yep, let's see if something else shows up as a sympathy play, right? The sympathy play yesterday, the sympathy play was SPHL, right? That's the sympathy play from yesterday, right? SPHL. When yeah, you can kind of see it creeping up a little bit as well, right? So yesterday when this one was MTC, when MTC was running, SPHL was trying to catch up. Yeah. What do you look for after breakout halts for another entry? Dips and breakouts, right? After that is pure FOMO. Yep. MTC. It's time to cook. Give us another push. Why do you guys keep leaving? Stop leaving. Yup. You had a meeting? Go back to that meeting and tell them they're all fired. Steffi, let's go. Good job. 227. Good job. So let's hope we can on hold closer to $3 and then be ready, be ready to move your stop loss up or take your gains on the way up. Yeah. I have to go get donuts. Should I buy into yeah. On the To 2K. Yeah, eventually it's gonna happen. Give us the entrance. Yeah, no, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before they lower that limit. Easy Go still looks okay. It needs to get back above 25 still. End of the year, yeah, that would be good to start the new year with like a 2K, margin account limit. Yeah, that would be nice. I think they've done a good job with like the next day, cash settlement. I think that's really good because it used to be 2 days, right? Can you imagine like 2 days, 3 days for your money to settle, right? So, yeah. Every day, yep. 22. There goes Easy Go, guys. Easy Go with a nice pop. So these are the two nice ones right now, right? These are the two nice ones right now. Easy Go and the other one, right? So nice little curl. You do have a double top though at 27.50. That thing said screw that. It's still at 27.50 though. Alrighty, and then ZJYL is also popping. So the market is giving us some China penny stocks. The China penny stocks. So yeah, the bids are closer to $3 for MTC. Can you sing so we can pump? Already pumping. Easy Go and MTC. Easy Go, Easy Go. WORX, yeah, WORX, yeah. This one we're just gonna have to see what it looks like at the end of the day. Spy just got slapped again. I think just looks like we're ready for more of a dip there. Dan, do we go back and retest 650 maybe 650? Healthy dips. See healthy dips. Spy going back for the lows of the day? Yeah. Either double bottoming or is about to get slapped. There goes MTC, guys. MTC is gone skis. Ooh, damn. MTC says, here we go again. So that's a nice pop. Make sure you're paying yourself on the way up, guys. Make sure you're paying yourself on the way up. Alrighty. Or you're at the very least moving those stop losses higher. Please and thank you. No, not halted. Still trading. To 309. So if you bought that thing at $2, you're very happy right now. Very happy. Very happy. Dang, Chris. Dang, Chris hit his daily goal. He's like, thanks for the gains. The market said, yeah, you're welcome. But we're gonna go without you though. We're gonna go without you. Spy is kind of double bottoming there though. MTC. No halts, no halts. Let's see if that thing can consolidate above 3 though. The high from this morning, um so you can kind of see the after hour highs, right? $3.15. We already broke above that level, guys. Already broke above the highs from yesterday. So keep in mind, like this, like I said yesterday, this stock is not a swing play. This is not a swing play, and you didn't have to swing it, right? Because that last night that thing was $3 and something cents. This morning was $1.20. So if you didn't swing it, you did good, right? This is not a swing play. This is a momentum scalp and run. This is not the next Beyond Meat, right? This is pump it, pump it, pump it. The shorts are covering before potential delisting, right? And then we go from there. But that was a nice pump. 700% yesterday. Today, minus 28% to plus 36%. Pretty nice pop. And that thing doesn't look like it's done yet, does it? The 52-week high, by the way, is $3.52. So if it breaks above 320, 320, 330, that thing is gonna push for brand new 52-week highs. So, but for now, you can see it's stalling below 330, 320 there. There we go, 315. I'm gonna drop a line right there. Even though that line should really be at 320, right? It could be anywhere in that range, honestly. So that's your little T-Rexy spot, unless it breaks above. Yeah, Austin. Yeah, get something else maybe. Yeah, here we go. Testing, testing. Here we go again. MTC. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding MTC. Type yes in the chat if you're still holding MTC. In the middle of trying to build an electric fence. I'm too busy making money. Let's go, Eddie. The fence, MTC will not be here forever, right? But the fence will. So you can build the fence later. So we broke above that 320, guys, and we're headed for that 350. Right? So that 350 is your next resistance there, like right there ish. Alrighty, 52-week highs. Yeah, I don't know why Schwab isn't letting people get into MTC. That's silly. Scalp it to make my money back. Let's come on, Sid. That's Canada vibes. Give me a high five. Let's go. Love it. Yeah, right. You lose some monies early this morning, you come back and make the money back, right? That's why taking smaller losses is so important because you can come back. You know? Good jobs. From $1.50, well done, Mohammed. If you're shorting a stock and suddenly delist, do you still have to buy back? How do you do it if it's been delisted? This is why the stock is running like that. The shorts are covering their positions, right? Shorts are covering their positions as the stock could potentially delist, potentially, right? So they cover and it causes vibes. Alrighty. Not sure how that works if it goes to the OTC, if you can still delist or if you pay the cost of, right? So shorts usually don't like holding a position when it's delisting. That's why sometimes you're like, hey, how come the stock is pumping if it's getting delisted? Well, that's because the stock has been shorted and now they're like, get me the hell out of here, right? They've made their monies and now they want out. Alrighty. What resistance? Yeah. What resistance? Now that's a really nice run. Why delist? Because the stock was below dollar, right? Below dollar, you need to meet the minimum requirement, and if it doesn't, then the stock gets delisted. Yeah. Alrighty. Mm-mm-mm. So that's why this one was this. That's why this one's also a sympathy play, because this one's also potentially getting delisted, but they're appealing the process, right? Doesn't mean they're gonna win. It doesn't mean, yeah, it doesn't mean they're not gonna get delisted. They have to notice they're trying to fight it, right? So this one is a sympathy play because it's also another delisting stock. So when MTC goes up, this one goes up too because they're basically running for the same reason. Alrighty, yeah. You for more than you're down 500. How are you down 500? How? Good job. Stay green. Yeah, Chris. Good job. Yeah. End the day. End the day green. Yeah. You made money. So you did well. Right. You played the breakout. That was perfect. Right. That's how you play the breakout. Right. Breakout. FOMO. Boom skis. Sometimes I wonder if, like, where did you FOMO at? If you they'll never be seen again. Yeah. Exactly. Mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Coming membership. What do you mean? You can still tell though, like that 330, 320 level is a problem. Like the candle wicked above, the candle popped above it, but you're still kind of in that same spot, right? It still looks like a T-Rex, doesn't it? Still looks like a T-Rex. Mm, 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 mm. So again, look at this one, right? This is the sympathy plays in it, right? We've mentioned this one a few times. Did anybody get into this one? Anybody? Yeah, SPHL. So two peas in the pot, right? Two peas in the pot, MTC and SPHL. You got into that one, King? You got into this one as well? Yeah, there you go. Sometimes when the other one is too hot, you're like, dang, I can't get into this one. I can't get into this one. This one's too hot, right? Well, you have the other option, right? When we mentioned this one, it was still below 60. Now it's at 71, right? Not that it's a big run, but not a bad push. Yeah? And there goes MTC again, guys. MTC says, hello, I'm back to the highs. Whoever was down $500, you shouldn't be red because it just made a brand new high, right? So if you're still down $500, you deserve a slap. A slap is what you need. Now we have another Peter, guys. Another Peter. Pizza, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Legends, Peter. Alrighty. Let me give you an invite link to join us in Discord. You guys are funny. Let me give you an invite link here. Oof! Damn! 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 Look at that! Sheesh! Oh my days! Damn! Sheesh! Look at that pop, guys. 370. Right? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. 375. Love it. Love it. And then someone's gonna say on Twitter, "Hey, we're shorting the position," and then maybe this is why this is running so aggressively though, is because you don't really want to short it. Because what happens if it delists? Okay. Anyways, just make sure you're locking in those gains on the way up though, please. Yeah, that's a Shrek candle. Yeah. Don't do it, Jason. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. No invite yet. Okay, let me give you an invite here. Mm, mm, mm. 1 second. The invite link loading. Okay, here you go, Peter. That's your invite link at the bottom of the chat, the yellow one. Ready? The yellow one. That's your invite link. Okay. There we go. Then back to red. Nope. Green. Green, green, green. There goes 380, guys. So we're now sitting at 52-week highs. I wonder, someday, like, wouldn't it be nice, to see the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, right? Wouldn't it be nice to know? Because I bet you this isn't just running for because it's running, right? There's stuff going on, right? Either the shorts are really covering, or the company's like, hey, we're at 50 cents. We're about to get delisted. Let's do something. Let's go work some magic behind the scenes, Let's pump the stock so we can stay above $1 and not get delisted. Or let's pump it and then do an offering and then leave, with millions of dollars. Like something has to be going on. To us, we're just playing momentum, we're playing the stock, but I bet you something else is going on. Yeah. So this and then dump it. Yeah, probably, right? They're like, hey, if we're getting delisted, run it up, do an offering, get the hell out of here, right? And then we can go to the OTC with millions of dollars. Right. So again, this is not a swing play, guys, right? This is you pump it, you sell, you move your stop loss up, you scale out on the way up. This is not a diamond hand play. You're gonna get at, because if they announce an offering or they delist, you're gonna hear a whisper in the night. Congratulations. You played yourself. Yeah. So this isn't just, the stock just didn't decide to pump after they were about to get delisted, right? Either they're pumping it to fight the delisting, so they can say, hey, don't delist us, we're back above $1, or they're doing it on purpose to go to the abyss, or the shorts are like, hey, we made enough money here, let's move on, right? Let me look at the daily chart really quickly. Let's look at I just want to see what it looks like, because we know this thing had a big run, right, back in 2024. You know what's funny, guys? End of like October 2024, this thing exploded to $6, right? It wasn't quite as low, but almost like that's the end of the year routine for them. They need Christmas monies. This time though, it went from 25 cents, 25 cents to $4. Crazy, huh? Crazy, 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 crazy. So what happens when you get this notice, by the way? Right. So right. Sometimes when you get this notice, though, this is the notice they got, right? The listing termination regarding minimum bid. Yeah. So sometimes when you get this message, you have 180 days to get back above. So they could just be pumping the stock so they can say, hey, we're well above, right? So, but still, I wouldn't be swinging this thing though, because the stock didn't just pump because they had good news. There's no good news here. Something else is going on, and we're just kind of guessing what we think is going on. Yeah. Let's go, man. Good job. Yeah, 375. Good job. Good thing you sold. Otherwise, yeah. Raven says this will not end well. Yeah, don't be the person in the building that turns off the lights. When you turn off the lights, you're going to see darkness. And when you see darkness, you know it's too late. Yeah, you did really well. 170 to $3.25, about 94%. Look at that. Even on the trash days, guys, right? Something can still cook. Yeah, was scalping. That's true, Joel. Yeah, scalp and move on. Scalp and move on. Well done. Good job. These are some amazing scalps, by the way. These are some amazing scalps. Amazing scalps. Beautiful. Something like that. Yeah, they don't have a problem with that though, because the market cap is like 80 million. So they don't have a problem with that. If you bought a 160 Garvey, uh, you're so nice and green. I would go 100%. Or you can go right below $3 too. That's fine, right? Or you can pick one of those last lows. You can pick the 50 EMA, right? 270 or something like that. Definitely stay green on that position. I think you should have taken some gains already, right? Definitely should have taken some gains already, Garvey, right? But at this point, like that's fine. You're still so green, it's not even funny, right? So you should be okay. But yeah, put that stop loss. Everybody ran to this one. That's what happened, Shar, right? This one started cooking and everybody rotated. You made $300. See, good job. Yeah, well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Uh, Cheng says I was in at 160 and then got out at $2 because it wasn't moving. I cannot catch a break. Cheng? Do you hear yourself? Right? You got in at 160, you sold at $2, and you're like, I can't catch a break. But you're green. Some people are red for the day. Don't make me find you. Run over to YGMZ? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's give it another few minutes, guys, and then we'll go from there. Righty. So for now though, this is more of a retest for MTC. Right. So this is more of a retest of $3. Let's see if we can stay above $3. Or if the money rotates to Ravens play. And then Ravens gonna be smiling. WORX, what is it doing? Trying to come back a little bit? Maybe. Maybes. Maybes. Let's see if we can stay above $3. If you made money in MTC, type yes in the chat. If you made monies in MTC, type yes in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, a lot of you did. Mm. 125, good jobs. Yeah. Yeah, Bilal. Yeah. JD, good job. Good job, Aussie. Good job, everybody. Good jobs, good jobs. Tiffany, good job. and they dropped it and got stopped out. Yeah, the open is becoming very annoying. Raven. Whoo, look at that! Almost enough to pay my 6 month in auto insurance policy. Good job. Good job. Well done. Ah. Mm, 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 mm. Good jobs, everybody. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens if I can see if we can actually find a new base here, because it doesn't look like it's quite doing that yet. Again, all good things happen above what, guys? Above the 200 EMA. All good things happen above the 200 EMA. All good things happen above the white line, right? We were talking about this earlier today, right? Look at this. We were talking about this, right? We said, hey, it's better if you just let it come back above the white line, right? Look, right there, we came back above the white line. And then now, all of a sudden, the 200 EMA starts to act as the base. It's like, hey, don't go back below, please. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bounce off the white line. Bounce off the white line. And then once it actually breaks the resistance, right? That's when the explosion happens. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that double top. And then the breakout. And then the retest. And then the boom skis. And then the gone skis. Right? So all good things happen above the white line. No good things happen below the white line. So if you don't like white lines, get used to the white lines. Yep. What's the white line? The 200 EMA. The 200 EMA. So if you made it your mission to stay away from stocks below the 200 EMA, you would be okay. Sometimes you find some really nice gems, they're sitting below the 200 EMA and they're consolidating, they're finding a base, you can jump in there. Like you can do really well. Most of the time that you're kind of fighting a battle and then you get entat. Entat, you know, most of the time. Yeah. Next thing you know, we're playing this video for you. That's what happens when you hold stocks below the 200 EMA. Yeah. Yep, yep. Exactly. His works, yeah, works is back about 40 cents. So again, like I said earlier, we're not going to be able to tell. So we're at the last hour, the last 2 hours for works, if it's reclaiming the 200. If not, meh, stay away from it. Spy with a nice bounce there, Dan. Finally, maybe that's because Trump is done yapping. Done yapping. And for works, you have resistance at 41, 42. So we still need that curl here for MTC. There you go. Yelling is working, Bilal. Yell more. Again, this is the sympathy play, right? SPHL. So if MTC makes new highs, this thing will follow as well. So both of these are delisting stonks. I'm sure there's another delisting stonk somewhere that we could look at, but for now, these are the main two. So a bit of consolidation there for MTC and a curl. Proctor, someone collapsed. I have no idea. Not a clue. Not a clue. AMOD. Oh, they did? Huh, interesting. At the Trump conference? Sometimes people wait a long time. People wait a long time. Dehydration, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Same thing happens like tennis games, right? And yeah, nothing released on it. Okay. Hmm. uh, yep, yep, yep. They're like, hey, please, the Orange Wizard of Tariffs, the Orange Wizard of Tariffs is speaking. Again, look at that. SPHL is making brand new highs there. Almost like that thing's like, hey, come bring the monies over here. You guys have had enough fun over there, you know? No, 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 no. There you go, 76. There you go, 78, guys. Okay, 79. Okay, okay, okay. That thing said, you guys had enough fun with MTC. We just went from 30, from 5%, guys. From 5%, right? We mentioned this one at 5%. Now it's at 38%, right? Pretty nice run, actually. Very nice run. Very nice run. You're in a supply zone, guys, and there isn't really a catalyst here other than the vibes, right? Yeah, ZJYL looks good too. So yeah, nice pops. Yeah, ZJYL. How do you find sympathy stocks in general? Usually the like honestly, if you Google, like if you simply like anytime there's something's going on in the market and you Google the listing stocks, you're gonna find a website, right? If Trump says, oh, we're gonna do this with IVF stocks, and you Google IVF stocks, they're gonna come up, right? Then you want to create a list and see which one's getting volume, right? Which one is getting volume, right? Um, yeah, stuff like that. Just go hang out in stock general. Hang out in stock general. We'll talk about that stuff there. Quick little scalp there, Greg. Good job. So it looks like we're just kind of stalling, consolidating at the bottom of the range there. Again, with these things, especially a name like SPHL, this one, since this one's a sympathy play, you don't want to be diamond handing. Not in a red zone. Not in a red zone. Not in a red zone. You don't want to be diamond handing that, right? These are going to be pump and dumps, right? Yeah, these are pump and dumps. All of these stocks, pump and dumps. These are not stocks where you're like, oh, but tomorrow, imagine if it goes to $2, I could own a Lambo. You're gonna own a Toyota Lambo. So for now, again, MTC is the best name because it's the main play, right? So, oof, damn. That thing said, give me more compliments, please. Give me more compliments. I like it. Give me more compliments. That's a pretty sweet curl, though. Look at that, guys. Right? Do you see that consolidation? There was a scam candle down there, but look at that. Right? Look at that. Bilal, oh my goodness. Did they get you with that liquidity? Did they get you? Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that is a bit suspicious, but again, that's a nice consolidated base, isn't it? Yeah, stuff like that will piss you off because you know what you're doing and it's the right level, it's everything is correct, right? It's consolidating, and then they decide to wick it down, right? Like this, sometimes this is just unnecessary. Like this is unnecessary, right? Just unnecessary. Because you could see it was finding a base right there. That's good. That's all you need. And then you get scammed. That's part of it. Raven says, screw that stock. Yep, exactly. That's just part of it, honestly, guys. There's really nothing you can do about that. Sometimes that's gonna happen. Most of the time, when you break down like that, you don't really want it. Yep, yep. That's kind of a yep. Stop losses got hit. Yeah, they knew what they were doing there. They knew exactly what they were doing with that drop. Diamonds are forever, but gains aren't. I'd rather have gains than diamonds. The IPOs out, Scuba. Okay, Raven just wants that money over to YGMZ. Raven wants the monies over there. Just laughing when they drop it. Yup. Stuff like that. Stuff like that's very annoying. YJ is looking good though. The other one, YJ ZJYL. This one's looking very good actually. Right? See what I mean? Like every morning, like the last few days in the morning, it's super annoying.
Were you okay?
Oh dang, yeah, he did collapse. I see it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang. The dude was just standing there. Oh wow. Yep, there goes 37 cents. 37 cents. Hmm. There goes 39. Okay, that video isn't showing up for me for some reason, but yeah. There goes 40 cents, guys. Good jobs. Are you in this one, Tiffany? You're in this one, right? Excessive volume and a spread sit, right? So let's say a volume, let's say a stock has a really thin spread. So sometimes the stock is just sitting there, nothing's happening, right? Like it's sitting at $2, for example, right? Like the bid is sitting at $2, the ask is at 220, right, or 250, or some nothing's happening, and then a whole like news drops or a whole bunch of volume comes in, it's gonna skip, right? Because everybody that wanted to sell most likely removes their order. They're like, no, 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 not gonna sell. Right now, you have to skip to the next person above or the next person above to get the shares. Yeah. Zero. uh, he wanted Trump to help him, but Trump says, no, sir. No. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, usually a lot of volume coming in. Let's go, Tiffany. You're up over $1,500. High five. Don't forget to pay yourself, okay? Think about it. Not very many. Not. I mean, like, does anybody in the chat make? Well, okay, that's a different question because people do, but not very many people make $1,500 a day at their job. So good job, Tiffany. Yeah, don't let it go to the abyss. Boom skis. Okay. Ahmed, I'm not sure what you're asking for. We're gonna give it 10 more minutes, guys. 10 more minutes, and then we'll hop off and go back to Discord. Geo. So 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna hop off and go back. Mm, Okay. Yeah, not a bad recovery there for SPY. This is looking good though, isn't it? Right? So Tiffany is about to be up $2,000. $2,000, Tiffany. Gold met on the last few days. Let's go. Good job. Good job. MTC is still kind of dipping here. So that was a nice pop, and then it came back down. Right? They came back down just to make sure, Bilal was okay. And then the volume is going to ZJYL. Raven is still trying to pull the volume, but the volume went somewhere else. $700 for the day. Might call the day off. Good. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Why not? Do, 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 do. Again, remember these are all pump and dumps, guys. There isn't news on any of these stocks, right? There's no news on any of these stocks, so these are scalps for now. Scalp, 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 in and out, and in and out. And then at the end of the day, we'll see which one looks good. Alrighty, we'll see which one looks good for potential after-hour play, but we're not gonna know that. Alrighty. So yeah, so again, 8 more minutes. Let me know if you have any last questions, please. Ready? Don't forget to smash a like as well if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Take a second and smash a like. Ready? Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and become a member. Alrighty. Spy, what's your question, Pavan? What are you looking at? That 200 EMA, I'm sure, is going to be an obstacle, right? This level is going to be difficult to cross, Pavan. Difficult to cross. Hard. Skua, see you on the other side. See you in Discord. Yeah, Pavan, let me know what your question actually is. Alrighty. For MTC, the levels are going to be difficult on this, honestly. When it runs like this, you have a hard time finding levels. You're basically just waiting for consolidation. That's honestly it. You know what I mean? Like when you're this volatile, you just have to trust that the stock is consolidating at the right price. Dan, unbelievable. Where's the Discord link? Or the favorite question always? Oh, yeah, become a member first. Andrew, good job. 87 pounds. Good job. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, from three, yeah, you doubled your money basically, right? So good job. I'm sure names like ZJYL, right? I'm sure names like that are gonna, we're gonna keep paying attention to. But look at that. Look at that drop, guys. We just went from 42 cents, guys, to 33 cents, right? This is why we keep saying these are not diamond hand plays. These are pump and dumps, right? You get in, you get out. You get in, you get out. You get in, you get out, right? You're gonna have so many chances to get in and get back in, get out and get back in, righty? So, like, look at how crazy volatile this is. Evan, did Tiffany take gains? Tiffany, did you take profits? Right? 42 cents all the way down to 40 to 43. No, I think Tiffany took gains. Tiffany's yeah. Tiffany definitely took gains. Ballin is halted, guys. Not sure if it's halted up or down. I'm gonna have to take a look. That's the brand new IPO. BLLN. Billion to one. Billion to one is halted. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell? How? What the heck? So that IPO came out today, obviously, but the IPO was supposed to come out at, oh, that's why, $60. A $60 IPO because the float is small, right? That's why they did $60. So now the stock is huh. Maybe we should have known with a name like that, ballin, billion to one. What does the company actually do? Let me pull up the website. What do they actually do? Of course. Of course. Of course. They have a good looking website, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the unholds. Where's Tiffany? Tiffany, where are you? Maybe Tiffany made her money and ran away, you know? The board members, leadership and board. Okay, so leadership board. Um, Can't pronounce those names. Can pronounce Ross Taylor though, and Shan and John and Nancy. So that's the yeah, MTC is bouncing again. They have a lot of people. That's a lot of people, isn't it? Damn. Did they hire the entire country or what? Interesting. Yes, all of it. You made monies. Okay, good. Good job, Tiffany. Well done. You see why though, right? If you didn't sell this thing up there, Tiffany, all the money's gone. All of it in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, all the money's gone. So these are pump and dumps. The main play is going to be MTC. MTC is the one that's going to go back and forth, and it's going to drag the other ones. But the other ones are going to depend on this one. So and then for this one, you're just looking for consolidation, right? It's consolidating again and it's curling again, right? They all look sketchy. uh, yeah, spy going low. Oh yeah, spy's getting slapped again, guys. So this is what we said earlier, right? This is gonna be hard to get above this level, very hard, and it just couldn't do it, and then slap. That looks like a T Rex, right? Spy T Rex right there. You can see it, and then slap. So shorts, 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 puts, puts. Anyways, guys, we're gonna continue watching these names in Discord. MTC is probably gonna be, everybody's top watch now. We will leave it here for the day though. Cool. Again, if you're not a member in Discord, you're really missing out. Yesterday when we hopped off, MTC went up 700%, right? So if you're not a member and you want to join us in Discord, click this link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and become a legend member or above, and come make some monies with us. Hopefully, yeah, yeah. Let me know again. We'll give you like another minute or so. Let me know if you have any last questions, and then we will continue in Discord. Cool, cool. So again, smash a like before you go. Hit that subscribe if you're new, and yeah, have a wonderful afternoon. Good job, Rosh. Let's go. Good. Back in the Christmas card. Let's go. Love it. What does a T Rex mean? A T Rex means that it's stalling and it's gonna go down. When we say T Rex, it just means that we think it's gonna go down. It's stalling. Stalling. T Rex was stalling. Let's go, Dennis. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good. Welcome back. Good to have you back. So MTC failed at $3 then. Raven, see you in Discord later. Thank you for being up early this morning, Raven, and being in Stock General. I appreciate that and helping the the new criminals. No, yeah. So just stock general. We're gonna be chatting in stock general. Yeah. Alrighty. Thank you, Raven. Thank you, everybody. Have a good one as well, Secret. Again, much love, everybody. If you do become a member when the stream is done, your Discord invite link is going to be in the community section, or just send me an email, hottradex@gmail, and I'll send you a link. Good job, Tiffany. I like it. You did really well. Go enjoy the games. Ballin is going back down, guys, so maybe not so good. Yeah, cool. Come back tomorrow. I'll explain T-Rex tomorrow. Yeah. uh it's Discord not letting you chat. Well, if it's not letting you chat, is because you haven't followed the steps yet. So send me a DM in Discord, or watch the onboarding video in the getting started channel, or just scroll up and follow the steps. Right, you have to connect with the right Gmail email, the same Gmail email that's connected to this YouTube account you're chatting with already. It's just trying to read your membership to make sure you're a member, so it lets you chat. Steffi, off to work. Sounds good. Have a wonderful day at work. See you tomorrow. Again, much love, everybody. Thank you all very much. Be safe. And let's hope something cooks like it did yesterday into the close, please. MTC is still looking good. Like it's still consolidating above 270. So let's hope we stay above that level. Nicola, welcome again. Good jobs. And see you in Discord. Bye, everybody. Bye, guys. Raven. Ravon is because you have to upgrade to the legend level. Alrighty, I've already shown you multiple times. You have to upgrade or cancel your membership and sign up again for legend. Alrighty, bye guys.